Check, check.
Okay, we're up for the big business dress parade. Okay, guys, can I get you to sit down because you might get run over by a dress parade. Our, our first club is Sunshine Coast.
Let's hear it. This is a Sunshine Coast team coming here from L, District 19L. Let's give them a round of applause. And we have a very nice Leo guide here. We're glad that he's here. All right, another round of applause for this great team.
All right, our next group are the Stellars J.
The Stellars J Lions Club, led by Alito from Skagit Valley Leos. This club is from 19-0. Not every club has their own little quacker, I'll tell you what.
Our next group, also from 19-0, is Mount Chia.
Chilliwack Mount Shim, all right. Led by their president, I think. Way to go. They got the moves. Stay up here for a minute. Let's hear a round of applause for Mount Shim.
All right, our next group is from Agassiz Harrison, 19-0.
You guys are.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Agassiz Harrison, 19-0. That parade route is a hard one. I'm glad we have the Leos helping us out. Oh, all right. Nice touch, nice touch.
All right, our next group again, and you are 19L, and Vancouver East Lions Club.
Okay, Vancouver East, 19L. Let's hear a welcome. Jocelyn is still dancing. Oh, way to go, girl.
Yeah, this group.
Here she goes. District 19L, Vancouver East. All right.
Okay, our next group is Camas Lions 19N.
Woo! I do believe that Camas Lions has an interloper. Okay, let's hear it for Camas Lions, 19L.
So our
Another
last
interloper.
group, certainly last but not least, are the Chilliwack Monarch Lions, Dogwood Monarch Lions, and they are wearing two different uniforms, their dress and their work uniforms. Different uniforms, right? Yeah, okay. So here they come. They're an assortment.
Dogwood Monarch Lions Club. You wanted to see you all up here. '19 Dogwood Monarch Lions Club. They are selling their enthusiasm at the end of the convention. You can get a little piece of this action, yes. Past District Governor Debbie is at the end of the parade. Let's hear it for the Lions. Okay. Perfect. Would you all give a round of applause for the Leos that helped us navigate that route? And I do think we should give a round of applause for the guys over there that have been working their tails off to get us back online so we could have our mic. So, yay! We have a very special presentation to make. This is an honor for us to be able to recognize someone who has served our multiple district and our district for years and years and years. This person was around when I was a kid. But he looks like he's only 25, so, you know. And it is a distinct privilege to do this presentation or to be a part of it. So I would like to ask our District Governor Beth James to come forward. And is Alan, past International Director Alan Hunt in the room, in the building, in the house? Would you see if you can locate him?
I'm not going to read anything. I'm just,
You know, I think there are a group of lions that are going to sleep for a month when this is over. Yes. This honor that is being presented today is the second highest honor that we can give to a Lions member. And here comes Mr. Hunt. We could not do this without Alan. He makes sure that these awards arrive on time. And sometimes we put them in safe places and don't know where they are, but they arrived on time. Right? Right, Alan? That's our story, and we're sticking to it, yes.
it's in a safe place.
It is in a safe place, and we'll let you know when we find it, yes. Today, we brought our district governor from 19 up here to help Alan with this presentation. This is called the IOU Award. And I know Michelle
Yes,
Berry.
Michelle, yeah.
And thanks to Michelle, that's how we have this. And because our district governor was the one who got to nominate this person, it's an honor and a privilege, and she took advantage of it to recognize this lion, and we're going to let her tell you about the lion, and then we're going to let Alan present the IOU.
Yeah. This lion served both at their zone, their club, and at our multiple district level for multiple years. He has a giving spirit and a generous nature, which he shown throughout his community during disasters, during multiple changes in his community. He is well deserving of the Presidential Medal from our international president, Fabrizio Oliveira. I would like Galen Laird to come up.
Thank you, everybody.
That is an honor to be a part of that. Galen Laird never does anything to be recognized. And year after year, he brings one of the most beautiful memorial services to our multiple district that I've seen. So we are so proud to know you and serve with you, Galen. Seriously. Today we have the honor of hearing from one of our fellow Lions, and Elaine is the MD19 Contest and Awards Chairperson, and she is going to introduce this Lion to us, who is going to bring a new idea to you in a 5-minute achievement speaking contest. Yes, there we go. It's a good idea. Listen up. All right.
Is he on here? Because I don't know who it is. Truthfully, I don't know who it is. And I guess it's Aaron Taggart for a 5-minute speech.
And there he is, all dressed
All
up.
right.
All dressed up for the occasion.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. I recognize a lot of you, but some of you may not know that I am the greatest treasurer Oak Harbor Lions Club has had all fiscal year. And I see we have a lot of lions in the room. Raise your hand if you're a lion. Yeah. What did it take to become a lion? Somebody asked you. Well, I'm the treasurer. From my perspective, what does it take to become a lion? You gotta pay your dues. Out of all the lions in the room, who really enjoys paying their dues? All right. There's some extra weird ones over in the corner. Now, how many treasurers are in the room? Past treasurers? Yeah? How many of you really enjoyed collecting dues? How many phone calls, emails, knocking on doors does it take to get that one person? Now, out of the treasurers and the lions here, if you didn't have to pay dues, would that make you happier? Yeah. So we came up with an idea. We said, why don't we skip all this paperwork and math and just pay your dues one time? Any idea how we could accomplish that? It's really simple. It's the solution to many problems. It just takes more money. At our club, we charge $100 a year for dues. We're probably going to have to increase that soon, but that's what it is currently. In order to not have to pay dues ever again, you just multiply that number by 10. So if you pay us $1,000, we'll never bug you for dues again. And from the treasurer's perspective, I never have to worry about finding you again. If you get lost on an island on one of those tours I've heard about, and then you still pay your dues. Because what we do with our club, we take the $1,000 and we invest it in the stock market. We have this really well-trained monkey that picks the best stocks. That's not right. We invest in all of the stock market. So I know some of you, especially the treasurers, are probably worried about risk. We like to worry about double entry and loss prevention and all kinds of fun stuff. But when you invest in the entire stock market, your risk is that the entire stock market goes to zero. At that point, you'll have far more problems than collecting dues. So the fund has a very low fee that we invest in. I can't remember if it's 0.01 or 0.02%. Most of your mutual funds are about 0.5% or even more, 2 to 4, it's crazy. And the reason why it's so cheap is because they're just buying everything. And then you don't have to pick which one's going to win, which one's going to fail. You rise with the entire country, so I feel like it's a little bit patriotic. And you're supporting your community in a different way than Lions are used to. You're supporting the future of your country and therefore the world. If they come out with a mutual fund that invests in the entire globe, I might be interested in that one. What are your other risks? Anyone have ideas of what might be risky? No one? I couldn't hear that. Recession. So that could be an issue if the stock market as a whole goes down. Sometimes we like to think democracy is a great thing, but sometimes things get weird and the market doesn't like it. That could be a small issue, and it's definitely more of an issue in the beginning. In the beginning, we have to worry about paying dues to international, and we also will fill our admin fund from this investment with the leftover. In a recession, there may not be enough of a total value to cover our costs. And that's really only in the beginning, because as time goes by, we have members that aren't with us anymore, but they're still paying dues. And this is how this started, is one of our members passed and their family donated money, and we put that money into this investment, so she's still paying dues. And we can honor her memory, and she continues to be a Lion, at least in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you participating in this award. This is a great part, Contest and Awards, these 5-minute achievement speaking presentations, because it is the way that we share ideas. Did we stick within the 5 minutes? We did. All right. So his presentation will be considered for the award. Next on the list is, are there any Contest and Awards winners that you need to announce at this time?
Our district, the district, yes.
Well,
But none from here yet.
okay, none on the multiple district level. All right. The parade award winners. Wow, that was really fun last night. I had a great time at that party, and I guess my brain isn't awake. How many did have fun at that party last night? I hope you enjoyed the talent show. Did you enjoy the talent show? All right, that's wonderful. I chatted with September Stokes, incoming governor of Stokes. That's right, I got the right last name. From 1900, and we're going to look at it again for next year and see how that works. And so be thinking about the talent in your district to come to Wenatchee to participate and show off what you can do so well. There was some amazing talent last night. Okay, I digressed, and I'm sorry, I just got caught up in the moment. Contest Awards winners, besides the 5-minute achievement speakers and the parade of delegates, we will announce those later in our convention. Okay, would you all turn to page 2 in your program? It's a beautiful program, by the way, Chilliwack. You have done an amazing job with this program, and the sponsors have made this possible in a very significant way. And on page 2, there's a list of major sponsors across the top, and well, not about midway down. The Northwest Lions Foundation. Oh, Jan, I didn't bring up my page with. Nope, there it is. Thank you. I found it. Okay. The Northwest Lions Foundation, Leader Dogs, and Dogwood Monarch Lions Club, they are our major sponsors for this convention. And then we have some really good friends listed there who donated funds when they registered, and they believe in these conventions. People like Dr. Mark and Debbie Mansell, Candy Bevan, Patrick Stedman, Mark DeRoche, Charles Bailey, Shannon Kreuter, Tim Kreuter, Linda Curiel, Zoncher, Roger Chevrier, and the guy with the odd-colored hair. They all believe in conventions. They believe in it so much that they donated some funds when they registered to help cover the costs. And we do appreciate them very much. That's why we bring them to your attention. Now that we've had a great parade and we've had a wonderful presidential medal presentation to our Galen Laird, we have another award brought to us by the lady with the moves last night out on the dance floor. I have known past District Governor Georgia Medwedrich, and I never knew she could move like that. No, sir. She's having a wonderful time last night, and you know, when I asked her this morning, she said, I remember every minute of it. And you know what, Georgia? I don't believe that for a minute, so. Would you come up with your very special award? We're watching you to make sure. There it is. She ran a wonderful brand new MD19 award or contest this year just to get you moving, because it's important to be moving. So Georgia, come up on the stage here. Why don't you hold one, Ellen, and I'll hold the Elaine.
Takes me a while to get adjusted here. All right. For all of you, I'm the multiple district diabetes chair. I'm the one that sends out those monthly newsletters, which hopefully you all get to see and read. I also will answer questions. I'm an email away, even though I'm across the water on the island.
They actually have phones and internet.
Only internet. I do not answer the phone. Too hard to get all adjusted and the phone's ringing and ringing. Leave a message, I will phone you back. Okay. It's a whole page. Bear with me. So, as your multiple district diabetes chair, it's hard to get to all the clubs in our multiple district. Even more so for me living on Vancouver Island. The only way I could figure out to get information to all of you was via a newsletter. So I do the newsletter. If you don't like it, or if there's something in it you don't like, or you can think of something for me to add, send me an email. Because the week before I'm doing this letter, I'm going, what do I talk about this month? But now I've heard there's a new AI something or other. So I'm just gonna type something in and see what it gives me. So I started the STEP challenge, and that's to get us moving, because that's the best thing for us. Whether you're a diabetic or not, move. And it's hard for me to move, but I do. And this STEP challenge goes over 30 weeks. In this multiple district, we had 3 districts step up and join in on it. 2 of them might be doing it, but I never saw any information. Next year is a better year, because that trophy, you're all going to want it.
Right on the mantle over your fireplace, right?
It's my grandson's runner. You can tell he's a big guy. So anyways, we got off to a slow start, but that's okay, because you're all going to learn. Next year, you'll be dancing. I wonder how many steps I got in last night. I didn't even have my pedometer on. So there were 22 clubs, 217 members or participants. So before I hand out the golden runner, I'd like to recognize the top stepper. There was one person whose steps soared above everybody's. So for the 30 weeks, his steps totaled 4,433,931. Would Alec Wong please come up? He's from Vancouver East.
Turn around, Alec, we can need your picture here.
So for all of you who are wondering, I do have all the clubs, their total steps, and the top stepper of each club. But I'm not going to read them all. But if you want to see it, let me know. So the club that came in third is from District O. They had the District O came in third. They had 4 clubs participating with over 1,911,229 steps. The district that came in second was from District N. And they only had 3 clubs participating. 22,555,554 steps. The first place district, and I feel really bad about this, because before I became multiple district diabetes chair, I've always been District L, and before that, District I, diabetes chair. And we've been doing this about 5 years, so District L, District Governor Kevin Bourdet, and the amount of steps they did was 257,678,328 steps. Wait.
Were most of those on the ferry? Oh, yeah. I'm sure they'll let me across the border with this. Unless I try to take a bite out of it.
Thank you all. And the next step challenge starts in October. I have new ideas and improvement. So everybody join in. It's good for us. Thank you.
Thank you, PDG Georgia, for her hard work and coordinate this diabetes challenge. And Alec made this. It's a PVC tubing, and I tape all this, so this is for her.
So maybe I'll get more steps this year.
Don't go away, there's more. Yeah, no. Next year we want to see you in action, yes. But
I told you I'm going to be 20 pounds lighter.
one of the things that we have been promoting this year, all year long, is trying new and different things, and it's Kaizen. It's personal, and you're a Kaizen kind of person, that's for sure. Trying new and different things and working towards excellence and doing things better. And it's an inspiration because you never stop. No matter what the challenge is, you just keep right on.
Slowed down.
Well, you may have slowed down, but you have not stopped. But we are proud of you. We are proud to serve with you as fellow Kaizen believers. So today, we would like to present to you, past District Governor Georgia Medwedrich.
George works.
George Works, okay. Certificate of Appreciation from your International President, Fabricio. Yes. Thank you. You are inspirational and amazing. Thank you for what you do for Lions. Thank you. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for leading us in steps, becoming healthier, and avoiding diabetes if we can do that at all costs, yes. And we are holding you to that demonstration of hula hooping next year. We have an important announcement here. There is a young Leo out there who is in the panic state, has lost his or her cell phone, I'm not sure which. It's an iPhone 12. Most of us at this age have no idea what that is, but it's an iPhone 12 with a Pokemon card in the back. So if you find this cell phone, bring it to the registration desk, please. Yes, we would appreciate that. That person would appreciate that very much. Peggy Harriman, are you in the house? Awesome. Come forth because you have some wonderful recognitions to make about service reporting. Peggy Harriman has been our service chairperson for Multiple District 19 for 3 years, and she is retiring, but before she retires, she wants to recognize the Lions clubs who have told the world on the portal just what they've been up to. So Peggy, take it away.
And thank you for adjusting it. You know, she told me I had to keep it short. I've been this height for, I don't know how long, but, you know.
Nice.
But before I begin, would my global service chairs come up, please? I have a little something for them. That's you, Jan, from District N. Jocelyn from District L. I is Lori Kirkham, and I don't think she's here. And from District N, or, yeah. No, we've got N. Oh, is Stephen Wong. If you can, I can, Stephen, it's okay if you don't want to come up. And I'll give this to the Chuck for Lori. Just a second. I'm sorry, Patty, but I have to do this first, you know.
Okay, you don't have to be sorry.
Okay, it is. Okay, these are puzzle pieces that I'm giving to you guys. Thank you. And it says, if I could get one out of here now. I wish I could remember what it's. Go ahead if you want. It says, never forget you are the piece that made the difference. Thank you for the work you did, the person you are, and the difference you made. This is a very unthankful job to be service chair, although I know Patty appreciates it, but it really is because, you know, our service chairmen always are contacting their zones, zone chairs, their secretaries, and nagging at them to please get in their service projects. And I know I've been hounding them monthly, as well as sending out reports monthly to our district governors and letting them know how their clubs have been doing. So I want you to keep in mind these three people, and at the end of my announcements, which are some certificates, go to them and get them. Because she told me to keep it short, like I said, and this is the best way to keep it short. So,
Have short people on stage.
pardon me?
Have short people on stage.
Oh, that's right. I think Jocelyn and I are tied. So, and if I get your name wrong or your club wrong, I'm really sorry. I've kept these in order of the districts. For District L, it's Margaret Wall from Duncan Lions Club. And by the way, these are clubs that don't have listed service, and I'm talking about service alone. I know some clubs have done donations and have posted donations and fundraisers and meetings all through the year. But you know, we are a what? Service organization. And so I wanted to award certificates to those clubs that have actually done service monthly for the last 10 months. I would have gone 12 months, but we all know that this is month number 11, and we were almost done. So with that in mind, Margaret Wall with Duncan Lions Club, Linda McPhee with Esquelma. Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm chopping up your names. Carol Martin with Lady Smith Lions Club, Mallet with Ray Pinder with Mallet Lions Club, Dennis Sawyer, Nanaimo, thank you, Lions Club. That's what happens when you're from the east side of the mountains and you don't see these guys. Suki Harborside Lions Club, Evelyn Bowers. Is she in here? Oh, by the way, stand if you're here. Just stand and let us know you're here. Josephine Lee from Vancouver East Lions Club. Susan Miricott, Victoria Lions Club. And those are from District L. Yes, please give them a hand. Okay, from District I, we have Lyle Nelson from Cranbrook Lions, Joy Smith, Fairmont Lions. Remember, they just got their Kindness Matters Award. David Stewart from Kelowna Okanagan Mission Lions Club. Fraser Robb from Kootenai Lake Lions Club. Michael Livingston. Aren't you here, Michael? Stand up, please. And that's a problem. When you know somebody, you know they're here. Lori Kirkham, Penticton Lions Club, and those are from District I. District O, Maureen Doherty from Agiza Harrison Lions Club. Stand up. Is she here? Oh, good job. Colette Arvidsson, I know you're here too, Colette, from the Anacortes. Ellen Walton from Coopville Lions. Des Moines Lions Club, Jana Cruz. Judy Forgy from Edmonds Lions Club. And where is he? Our next council chair, Stephen Brooks. Robert Halberg from Vernon Lions Club, Carol Torsel from Cedar Woolley, and that is District N. L-I-O. N. Gloria Taylor, Auburn Lions Club, Auburn Noon Lions Club. Diane Shapinski. I have to say this because some of these seem out of the world. Cosmopolis. See, it's out of the world. Barbara Frey from Federal Way Lions Club. Again, please stand if you're here. Susan Larson, Gig Harbor. Melina Hine, Lacey Sunshine, or Sunrise Lions. Jan Weatherly with Olympia Host Lions Club. And Debbie Manzel, I know she's here too. She's in the back with the Peninsula Lions. Lisa Akita, she's here as well from Pierce County Virtual Lions Club. A virtual Lions Club, you guys. They have done service every month, and they don't even meet in person. Carl Ostelthor, Poolsville Lions Club. Douglas Ballou from the Salmon Creek Lions Club. Roger Bryant, Tumwater Lions Club. Gay Inhart from Vancouver, Fort Vancouver Lions Club. And that is N. And finally, for District S, which is, I'm the Global Service Chair there too, it's Melissa Aldrings from Chewelah Valley Lions, Eli Garlitz from College Place Lions Club, Ted McCauley, Post Falls Lions Club, Roberta Finsel, Spokane Shadle North Lions Club, and by the way, she's visually impaired. She can't see. She does, so she gets on the computer and turns in her reports every month. Sunnyside, Cherie Holden, Sunnyside Lions Club, and Yakima Lions Club, Diane Kinley. So those are the ones. I appreciate all your hard work that you've done and that you've reported your service and that these people have made a difference. So thank you all so very, very much. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you. Is this the other group? Thank you.
We are proud to work with you, Peggy Harriman. You might be short in stature, but you're just huge in heart, and we appreciate you very much. Let's hear it for our service chairperson. We could not do the things that we are required to do if we did not have Lions like Peggy Harriman and Georgia and the rest of you who fulfill your obligations, take on a job, say, yes, I will do this, and then you actually do it again and again and again. So thank you very much. We have a message from our Contest and Awards chairperson, Elaine Cook. Got it right, once out of 25.
Yep. Okay, when I first started going to conventions, we had all sorts of contests. There was scrapbooks, business cards, bulletins, newsletters. We're getting back into that. So I'm just hoping that your clubs will embrace this and bring them back. Because it is fun looking through the scrapbooks, seeing what your club is doing and your fundraisers. So get back into the spirit of it. Start building up those contests and awards items so we have more to judge and to look at. Because brag about your club. That's what we want. We want to hear what you're all doing. So start putting in those contests and awards. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you for your help this year. We appreciate it very much. We have Debbie Bostock is our GLT, and our executive director's lurking outside the door. Do you have any announcements that you need to make before we adjourn? Roger's got them. The monarch butterfly himself. Come forth. Yes.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? There's a few fires, but nobody smelled smoke, so we're doing good. Just want to give you guys some updates of a few little changes so you guys know. That wall over there is going back up. And we're going to have AI and web in here. And Hal's going to do What Fruit Are You in C. And Michelle's going to do a min and secretary in the Fraser room. Then we're coming back here for the lunch session. So food will be in the hallway. At noon, I believe it is food. The Leos are also going to be streaming between 11 and 11:45, so you guys will have to get a thing to watch on your phone if you guys want to watch it, but we'll post it later on YouTube. After the lunch session, we're going to have accessibility in the AB room, where we're going to have September Stokes and Charles, you're helping? Perfect, Charles Bailey from our club. And on the other side of the wall, the greeting cards everybody was hoping for from Beth will be there. And that, Beth, you get the whole 2 hours.
Oh, fantastic.
And then after that, after the accessibility is going to be Gender 101 and 3:30 in this room. Then you guys get a little bit of a break until about 5:45, where we're going to have dinner again. And then we start the dinner session. After the dinner session, which we're hoping about 8:30, we're hoping, there's going to be Tim time, so Tim's going to run some music in this room. There's going to be ice cream floats provided by Mark. Are you going to do ice cream? Our team is. Yay! So anybody that wants to raise a little bit of extra money for LCIF, there's a fundraiser going on that Mark doesn't know about, but he's going to find out about it. So come talk to Line Charlene if you're interested over here by the door. We also, the Leos are going to do karaoke at the Main Street Hall. So that should be a lot of fun. And then anybody that doesn't do any of those things, you're helping loading gear. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Well, we're not quite to the evening yet, but we're getting there, and it's a great, and lots of good things to learn and things to do in the morning and the afternoon. So we are going to adjourn this general session unless I don't see anybody waving. Somebody's waving. Did I want to talk about elections? It's in the bar. How could you forget that? The elections are being held in the bar. They're going on right now. You need to have a certification slip signed by your president or your secretary or your district governor in order to vote. And it goes until, I think, 2 o'clock or something. I'm sorry, I don't have that information. 11:30, thank you very much. I'm glad you guys are on top of things. All right, so yes, please do vote. Anything else that I'm forgetting? Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. All right, go forth and have a good time. This general session is over. I have created it.
Maybe it's progressive, maybe not. I don't know who they are. So we'll be drawing one ticket out of the budget. We need a little space on the program.
I will look.
Okay. Yeah, we'd like whoever wins to know.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Okay,
It's a big build-up.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. have a couple extra of those? Oh, fabulous. I'm going to put them on some bushes, so a couple of the larger ones would be. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Loud.
Stephanie? Anybody?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see it. Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay, one sec. Hey, can you hold this for a sec? Grab someone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we still have a little bit of time to set it up though. Like it's not set up yet. Oh, okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah, go interview everyone. All the Leos. Standing there, please. Why do you play? Okay. Why do you play? We need to enter for Bro, what is this? I don't have to do it. Yeah, one dance. Yep. Okay. You get money. Did I hit the moon? Yeah. Yeah. Where did you to eat? Is it actually? Bye bye. Everything is said. Guys, just hi guys. I'll just show you what Leos do in their free time. I'll show you what's going on. Let's take a look over here. It's this guy's Jason, one of the most lovely kids at Leo's at KP. He loves eating. Not love, really loves eating. Get energy in my body. And buddy, if you take a look here, hold on. This is my yeah, body. Didn't we have a body? All right, this is the setup of the play so far. We got Maytab over here. He's in charge of the arms. You want arm? You're about to see a wonderful presentation right here. What do you love about Leo's? What I love about Leo's, I just love the community and everyone involved. Nathan over here, he's the other arm. What do you love about Leo's?
Everything. I love everything about Leo's. It's an amazing experience.
All right, Kim is gonna be part of it somehow. What do you like about Leo's?
I love the volunteering aspect and the fact that I get to make so many friends.
Why? Because you're being student to everyone, dog. Like gonna be around 5 to 10 minutes, give or take. Who we got as the narrator? Narrator, the good old Jaden Tolentino. Is he good at narrating? He's great at narrating. You saw this. You saw the poem he read earlier. Absolutely wonderful. Tear-jerking poem. Very bright student. Very bright student. Yeah, he's a really bright student. He's the future of biochemistry. He's a leader of biochemistry. Let's go find some other people. Let's go to the legs over here. All right. Here we have legs. So another kid's from KP. So what's your name? What do you?
Michael, and I'm the right leg.
How old are you? What's your favorite thing about Leo's?
I like the food.
You like the food? Basically, that's guaranteed. We got the other leg over here. Hi, what's your name?
Vaishnav,
How old are you?
18.
Where do you live?
Sorry,
What do you like about Leo's?
the people.
The people.
Mm,
What do you like about
Amen.
the people? What do you like about the people?
they're cool.
What do you think? What do you think of the Lions? The people who run, who are
They're really really nice, charitable people.
that's good. That's good. Let's move on. Let's move on. You got the narrator.
Okay. Because here's the thing. We got. Because you know how I can use my.
Okay, we got Zidane over here. What are you in charge of? Are you doing anything in the play? I'm in charge of the body with Jungmin over here. Oh, you guys are both. And I have the camera where I take photos of people. I'll take a photo of Jungmin right now. Look at this. So beautiful. Jungmin's so beautiful. What do you like about Leo's? I like the community. I like how we have time to connect with friends, and I like staying up at night with my friends too. What do you like? What do you like about Leo's, Jungmin? I like about my favorite thing about Leo is the friendship. It's the friendship. So many beautiful Leos here. The friendship we build on the way. That's my favorite thing about Leo. That's great. Did we got anyone else? We got Amon over here. The new Leo.
Yeah.
What do you like about Leo so far?
The community. Community. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, few Leos. There's I don't know what they're doing. They're doing something. Having a jolly time. I like that.
I mean, this in your pocket,
Yeah.
and then you plug in.
Okay, what else can we do then? It's meant to be there. What we I don't really want to go. Are you over here?
Nothing? Te- yes. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Check, check. All right, perfect. Yep, no worries. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, guys, important job, okay? Sit down, stand up. We're gonna take this table, we're gonna shift it. Oh, where's Rosemary? You want me to bring her? Where do I want to? Where do I want to shift it? Oh, then hold that landscape then. Yeah. Because you're gonna stand near. Okay. I need two big, strong men.
What are you doing?
I need to move this. I don't know how we're gonna set this up. That's my question. That's why I'm asking. Rosemary, where are you gonna put me?
So yeah. So where does your speaker? So you need to be here.
I can be. I can. We can move this whole table
Okay.
down there.
Table.
Other thing I need to worry about is
Yeah,
a
it'd be
cord.
best if you're down there.
Okay.
Very carefully. I'll follow you with the table. Hey, you guys.
Okay. Oh my. There was? Shoot. No, that went on the tripod too. Was it? It was Jill, right? Just put it right here. Put it outside.
Hey, guys. Can we come down here? I'll the garbage can. Yeah, okay.
There's fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll just have them move this stuff. Here, this is in case you needed it. Had cords and stuff. I don't know. Put it on the ground or on this chair here. Put it on this chair.
Testing. Okay.
Put this on your table. And then you can go with it once you're ready.
Okay. So yeah, you just keep that camera on me.
Wait, are we the body? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, get someone up. Get Kim.
Kim.
Kim, are you doing anything? Are you part of the puppet? Are you part of the puppet? Yeah. Apparently, you have two angles. So here's what's gonna happen. Boom, just like that. Just like that. And then I'm just. Yeah, this is the camera that's gonna be on me. Yeah. What? Yeah. All right, Kim. If you need a reference as to what, who does? Okay. Anyway, that's where I am, right? You see that? That's the camera right there. So Just gonna need to back up. And then just try and go back as far as you can, I guess. Yeah, just like that. I don't know. 'Cause it thinks it's in landscape for some reason, but yeah. Oh, perfect. All right. This is the one I'm gonna use for the audience. This one goes to the stream. So yeah.
All right. You guys are people, right?
Final sound check. One camera's on the narrator, and then one. Yeah, 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 yeah. Good luck. All right, perfect. I'll test it out. Thank you. Hello. No, because I'll be shouting eventually. Yeah, that's.
You're down here. You're not on screen yet. Where it was is where you are right now. You're not here yet. You're not part of the deal yet.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see. You can see it, right? All right. Yeah. Okay, cool. Huh? You have to use somebody else's phone. That's fine. All right.
I'll do
Yeah.
an introduction.
Sure. I guess. You will be starting momentarily.
All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. We need you to sit down, find your place. And I hope everybody out here can hear, because we're talking to you too. We're talking to everybody, so we need people to be quiet, all right? We are going to call this Saturday banquet luncheon to order. And we have some exciting things, as you can see up here, to listen to today. But the first order of business, before I introduce to you our wonderful Leo MC, nice guy, he's going to do a good job today, former president of the Leo Club. But we wanted to announce to you, Peggy Harriman has asked me to announce to you that Leslie Smith from District 19L, Global Service Team Coordinator, shared the duties with Jocelyn Wan of District 19LA. I hope I said that right. As the district GST. And she did not have that name for you this morning when we honored the Global Service Team Coordinators of the district, and she didn't want to leave her off. So please know that with Jocelyn, Leslie Smith, past district governor from over on the island, served in that capacity. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce to you Josiah Walkup. Josiah is a member of the Skagit Valley Leo Club, and it is sponsored by the Burlington Lions Club. He has agreed to act as our MC for this banquet, and he is the very first person in the Leo Club that we have done that. So, Josiah, we are pleased to have you here today to represent the Leos. We are glad to partner with you as members of the same Lions family.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. So we are ready for you to take it away.
Hello, everybody. Ooh, that's loud. So first, I want to showcase some of the major convention sponsors, and one of them, Bill Lundeen. If you'd like to come up here and say a few words. He's the chairperson of the Northwest Lions Foundation.
Thank you very much. Council Chair Patty, all Lions, it's a great honor to be here to be a sponsor for our convention, the Northwest Lions Foundation, Lions World Vision Institute, iBank. There's plenty of things to be thankful for in our world. One of the things was, in 1969, this group decided to build an iBank. We did. We built the largest iBank in the world. Give yourselves a big hand. Lots of good things became from that iBank. And the same group of people, Lions in our past and Lions that are here today, continue to do great things in the world. Lions World Vision Institute is a compilation of the first largest iBank in the world, SightLife, and the Tampa iBank, the second largest iBank in the world. Today it's Lions World Vision Institute, and there is nothing better than being able to eliminate corneal blindness, and that's what we're trying to do. One of the nice things that's happened is the Northwest Lions Foundation locally has been able to keep working with the district, and we provide many available programs for your club to serve your local community. We have patient care grants, we have project support grants, we have diabetes awareness, and take advantage of all of the things. Go to northwestlionsfoundation.org, find out what we can do. We are a hearing aid provider. We can provide 10-channel Starkey hearing aids, brand new, in British Columbia, Washington, and Northern Idaho, if your club needs help. If you do not have a local hearing program in your area, please contact us. We'd love to help you. I'd like to give a big shout out to Georgia from the island. Where is she? Is she in the room? Way back there. We gave a grant many years ago to print these diabetes door hangers. She has many of these available still at her home on the island, and if your club would like to have them in British Columbia, just let her know. We'll have, anybody can contact her via email, and they're available for you also to use. I just want to say thank you so much for what you do to support our foundation. Have a great day. Josiah?
Next, I want to introduce the CSS Jazz Band. They're made up of grade 9 to 12 students from Chilliwack Secondary School. They have a diverse set list. They have a diverse set list of different, consisting of many different genres, and love playing for the community. The Chilliwack Secondary School Jazz Band showcases and talent dedication of young musicians through vibrant performances of classical and contemporary jazz with a focus on creativity, collaboration, and musical excellence. The band brings energy and heart to every stage they play in. So let's give a round of applause for them. It's very nice for them to come out and do this. Thank you. And then Invocation by Kevin Bordy. Would you like to come up and do that?
Thank you. Our Heavenly Creator, as we gather here in the name of service, we thank you for the fellowship and the family of Lions. We ask that you strengthen us, inspire us, and guide us in our endeavors to build a more perfect society. We ask you that you search our souls, that our souls catch the wind of our mission and harbor peace and goodwill with all of those that we contact. Guide us to go forward and adhere to our code of ethics and provide service to those in need. Peace and love to all. Amen.
So next, we do have lunch made by the hotel here. And Roger and the hotel staff are going to come around and personally release kind of you from your table to go out and get lunch while the jazz band comes and sings and plays. So there's that, and then the jazz band can go underway.
not moving? Is it moving? Okay, good.
Testing. All right. For everybody being released to tables, underneath your flower stand there should be a card attached to it. So throughout the time, I'll call one or two at a time, and it's time for you guys to move through. Thank you.
Wait just a second. Blake doesn't have it. Do you have it?
Do you want to read up? It's just like coins, right?
The Four of Hearts and King of Hearts. Do you guys have those cards?
What's that? Is it 3 pages? Yeah.
Just a second. First, everyone find their card. It should be underneath the vase. Look underneath. Try to find it. It's not there?
You'll hear. You'll hear. Okay.
If you have one.
When in doubt, give me a look and I can like turn over my Isn't she lovely? That's critical.
All right, well, we'll start with this. Anyone who is diabetic and that sort of thing, if they'd like to go out first, we have food special for that. So you guys can start making your way, and we'll solve this problem later. Seven of diamonds. Six of diamonds. King of Diamonds. Eight of Diamonds. Nine of Diamonds. Nine of Diamonds.
solo? You do the bass solo and then the absolutely. And you remember what's happening in the solo, right?
5 of clubs.
No, just wait. When I cue it back in, we go back to that solo section, and we repeat it 3 times. Is that good?
diamonds. clubs. Eight of clubs.
Just, sorry, I keep coming over to it. This ring's so like, so hard, so just, you really have to play like super soft. Don't steal my stuff.
And the rest of the tables can go as well. King of clubs, jack of clubs, queen of clubs, 10 of clubs, 10 of clubs.
Emilio has this one? You got it? What? Oh, probably. Yeah. Ready? One, two, and. so rainy, right? So go intense.
It was that part that, or it was that song that I only went on because that's my favorite song, so I just screwed it up.
No, it's great. But just watch, just shorter.
I'll just feather out.
Oh, okay. do green dolphin. What's the one?
I'm not joking. Any song like that. Yeah, no, it's not a bad song. I just don't like playing it. At least it sounds good. It's a basic drum. Oh yeah, this is the hard one. Yeah.
Just keep nice and like dolphins. You ready, guys? One, two, three.
So let's give a very special thank you to the Chilliwack Secondary School. I mean, it's very special for them to come out and do this, and it's a treat to us. So. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much. Just calm the nerds. That took so much costume. What? You know Max? Was he actually? He's a recovering coding addict? It's insane.
All right, so now we have some special recognitions. The past international director, Alan Hunt, with the current council chairperson, Patty Allen White.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. That was quite an interesting performance there, wasn't it? It's my opportunity to help Patty, Council Chairperson Patty Allen, present this. What do we want to do? Can you hear me at the back? Oh, if you say no, that's another answer. Okay, we've got a special presentation to make today, this afternoon, to a lion that provides invaluable support and service to our multiple district. And the recognition that is being provided is a fellowship. It's a Judge Brian Stevenson Fellowship. Got all those papers going everywhere. I need 3 more hands. There we go. It's a Judge Brian Stevenson Fellowship, and it's a recognition for a donation that's been made to the Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides. It's a rather unique award in several ways. Number one, it's only available to be ordered through Canadian Lions Clubs. So you have to be a Canadian to order it in the first place, and it has to come from a Canadian Lions Club. A Lions Club member cannot just send the $500 and get the award. So it's somewhat unique in our association, and it's Judge Brian Stevenson has lent his name to this. He's actually now called Justice Brian Stevenson, but they kept the award as Judge Brian Stevenson. And the donation goes, it's a $500 donation. It goes to help fund the operation of the Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides for the various service dogs that we have. So, do you want me to announce who this person is, or you want to do it? Okay. Without further ado, here's Patty.
One of the nice things about this is that they cannot get it themselves. I think they can't. Someone has to get it for them. And when you're not a Canadian, you connive with your friends, and you belong to their club for just long enough to get one for them. Right? Yes. You have to know people in high places, yes. And this person, Rock White and I wanted to recognize this person. You know, the good Lord puts your path intersecting with other people in life that help you and make you look good and become your friends and support you. And they never ask for 1 ounce of recognition. They don't expect it. They don't look for it. But you notice them, and you bring them macchiatos every once in a while and tell them they're amazing and that you really appreciate them. And then you realize one day that your time is running out in the leadership era, and they might be moving on to other things, and that the time is right to stop getting them caramel macchiatos and putting them on their desk for them to drink that day. That you should take the time to recognize their amazing service to all of us. And for 20 years, she served with me in the MD19 Lions office, and I would like you to clap and bring up Michelle Berry to the front of the room. If you'll pin that on there. Okay, so knock it off. It just has turned out to be a wonderful, wonderful team, partnership, family.
Exactly.
And I am just so proud and honored to have worked with you in the MD19 Lions office, to review things over and over and over again. Michelle, we need to proof this one more time. Oh, she said, one more time.
Oh, yeah, but I did it.
And every time we found something that we had forgotten.
Yes.
So just thank you for proofing and helping, and Saturdays and Sundays and late nights, and being my friend and my teammate.
Yes.
I am so proud to honor you with this, Brian Stevenson. So I know you can't work and live with us forever and ever, but our spirit goes with you, girl, and we love you a lot.
Well, I'm not leaving yet. I will always be around. You are all my family. I've loved you guys. I've grown to see you. Oh, thank you. You guys have been my biggest supporters and biggest family members, and each and every one of you, I've known you. You've had my back. I've had your back, and it's all good. Thank you. Thank you.
What paperwork?
Paperwork? Yeah, you have a hole in the head.
There's a lid to that somewhere. I might
Okay.
be on the bottom, I'm not sure. There.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. This is so awesome.
There you go, we stuck it across it. No, we didn't stick it across it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Right now, there's being pins handed out in support of the LeoCon convention, a leadership kind of training convention put on by the Leos Club in hopes to train more people for the roles that they would hold in office and also later in life with different jobs they may pursue and careers. So this is just something to hand out. It was 3D printed by Travis Walkup of the Burlington Lions Club. And I think it's a cool kind of thing to hand out in anticipation of this event, and also something to remember it by, as you can look back and say, you know, we did this. If there's any donations people would like to give, that is totally up to them. They can see one of the Leos afterwards. And there's also a hit the target ball game that's by donation to play that's going on in the back that I think the funds are going towards the Leo convention as well. Now, presentation of Care Check, an announcement of funds raised out of 2024 to 2025. Past District Governor Irma Kemp and Executive Director Peter Anderson. If I can call them up here. They're behind me.
Michelle, do you have the key? Do you have the key? Yeah. Yeah. We need that.
Thank you, Michelle. We gotta get the key. I know, we'll be right back. Thank you.
Where's the jazz when you need it, right?
Council Chairman Patty, members of the council, thank you for supporting the MD19 CARE project. And let me remind you that you can present a Gordon F. Smith Fellowship pin for $500. Now, I know there are many clubs who give more than $500 and without recognizing someone. So I ask you, if your club is donating those $500, please recognize somebody so that they have that honor of wearing that pin as well. And if you haven't, if you don't know what it requires or how to apply for it, all you have to do is check with the office, email or call Michelle. She can give you all that information. So, without further ado, I had the privilege of giving this check for $40,000 plus. $40,000 plus to our CARE project. But let's not that be the end of it, because we're still have a few months to go. And we can still give to CARE. And thank you for choosing the project for Guatemala.
We need a photo op. Anybody got a camera? Anyone? Camera?
Thank you. Another showcase of a major convention sponsor is in Michelle Materi, manager of major gifts of the Okanagan Easter Seals. If she would like to come up and say a little something.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am not sure if I do have a PowerPoint that I will be showing in a couple of minutes. Thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you. This is only my second time doing this, so you'll have to bear with me. Very nervous. I'm Michelle Materi. I joined the BC Lions Society in November of 2024 as the manager of major gifts for the Okanagan region. The BC Lions Society, as you know, has been in existence for over 77 years, and I'm proud to be a part of this amazing organization, as well as being a Lion. I've been a Lion for 8.5 years, and it's been some of my fondest memories have been doing activities with our club. I'll be focusing on advancing our philanthropic efforts in the Okanagan, and I am the relationship manager between Easter Seals, BC Lions Society, and the Lions. So if you need anything from me, if you have any questions, you have any concerns, that is my role. I'm looking forward to connecting with many of you, and it's been great being at conventions and seeing so many familiar faces. In my new role with Easter Seals BC Yukon, my motto is United We Serve, because that is the Lions motto and that is my motto when I work with Easter Seals. I'm the second vice president of the Vernon Lions Club, and I've been a Lion, as I said, for 8.5 years. So I understand Lions speak and the uniqueness of what it's like to be a Lion. Myself, my husband, and a bunch of our friends were involved with the Camp Winfield Extreme Makeover event, which was about 9 years ago. Over 300 volunteers came together to work on many projects throughout the camp. Over $1.3 million worth of time and materials were donated. It was a very special event. We'd like to thank all of the clubs who generally donate funds to our programs and services. And a huge shout out to District I's recent donation. But please know that we're extremely grateful and could not run our camps or Easter Seals House without your generous and continued support. Oh, sorry. It is the BC Lions Society. They're in the one beside the red is actually the BC Lions Society logo. Can you see that? Sorry. Okay, so if we could go to the first slide. Okay, sorry. If you have concerns like that, please let me know. Unfortunately, I am not in marketing. I'm in fundraising. So when these things come up, you just need to let me know and I will talk to our marketing team and try and work on those things that are concerns to you. That is my role. Okay. So as I said, my motto for this is United We Serve. Next slide, please. Easter Seals' mission and vision: to inspire communities across BC and the Yukon to support and enable access for individuals with disabilities. Easter Seals BC Yukon operates as a service with BC Lions Society for Children with Disabilities. It was established by the East Vancouver Lions 77 years ago. Next slide. Easter Seals House is a home away from home. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's a place where families can go if their loved one or child is in the hospital. BC Children's Hospital is right nearby. It's a beautiful facility with a garden in the back, and we've had over 23,000 guest stays in just 2024. It's 49 contained suites, and you can stay from one night to well over a year. So it's great for families who have a very severe illness in the family. Next slide, please. Overnight camps. We have overnight camps at all 3 of our camps: Camp Shawnigan, Camp Winfield, and Camp Squamish. Any individuals ages 6 to 49, it used to be only 18, can attend these camps. It's a week-long respite for families if they so choose. There is also a family camp, which I'll talk about in a second. What's really special about our camps is that we have a 3-to-1 ratio. Most camps have an 8-to-1 ratio. So that means for every camper, there's a 3-to-1 ratio of nurses and counselors, which is so important when they need such specialized care. And it's not just a going to camp for fun. It improves their skills, builds confidence, independence, and creates friendships. Anyone who has a disabled person in their family, such as I do, knows that it's very difficult for them to relate to people and they always feel different. They always feel like they don't belong. And this is a place where they always feel like they belong. Next slide, please. Family camps have been established. It was piloted in 2021, and then of course COVID threw a wrench into that, as it did with many things. In 2024, 255 people families joined for the family camp. It's a good way for families who are they're unsure about what it's like to leave their child, they're a little uncomfortable, so this way they can actually go to the camp, see what it's like, and see if maybe they might let their child go by themselves the next year. Next slide, please. So who we serve, I won't go through all of this due to time constraints, obviously. If anyone would like this PowerPoint, I can always send it to you, but there is a lot of information on there as to who we serve. It used to be mostly physical disabilities, and it has certainly made a switch to being more cognitive now, with autism being in the forefront. Lions are helping bridge the gap, and we're trying to set up some virtual and Compass programs that will help individuals that cannot actually attend camp. Next slide, please. Lions make it happen. It's all about our Easter Seals families. The Lions Club support the BC Lions through the donations to the 3 camps, Easter Seals House, and camp improvements. Without camp improvements, it wouldn't be such a safe environment, so those donations are very essential. Lions Clubs also hold third-party events to raise funds, and more than $7.55 million has been raised from Lions Clubs alone. So give yourselves a big hand. Next slide, please. So I have been the chair of our golf tournament, the Vernon Lions Club Golf Tournament, for the last few years. Last year we raised almost $20,000, and we've raised over $80,000 to date. And our event is May 31st, and I've been very stressed out about that. As anyone who knows, you know, organizing an event like that is a lot of work, but our club is amazing, and we work together to get it done. Next slide, please. As you hopefully have been getting, we've been sending out Lions Den, which is tailor-made, different than other newsletters that Easter Seals and BC Yukon has and the Lions Society. It is tailor-made for the Lions. Hopefully you're all getting them. If you're not, please send me your updated executive information now that you guys have your new executive, which is probably, like our club, almost the same. Next slide, please. There's also information about what the Lions Clubs are doing. I try to send information and pictures and things like that to our office so that we can share that with everybody and share it on social media, because all the clubs out there, you guys are doing amazing work. Next slide. So hopefully I didn't go over my time. I'm doing my best. I will get better at this. I'm going to try and, maybe add some, my own brand of humor. For anyone who is interested, the Camp Squamish Open House is coming up August 17th. Camp Winfield is coming up in a couple of weeks on the 7th of June. And I have brochures and a lot of information, including Lions facts and questions. That was actually requested by some Lions. So I have all that at my table if you'd like to come say hello. And I've got a lot of goodies there, a lot of chocolate. I know a lot of people like chocolate. So come and help yourself and have a conversation. Thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
What an amazing service that we can be supportive of, and an opportunity that we're able to participate in. It's something great going on in our community. Next, we have a 5-minute club achievement speaker. Replaced by Gary Rydell. If you can come up here and give his little talk.
Thank you, Josiah. He's probably saying, "Who the heck are you?" And everybody else is saying, "Oh no, it's him." And my wife is saying it the loudest. Anyway, we had the past district governors breakfast this morning. We had 50 people, or 50 past governors and spouses show up, and we passed the hat, or the envelopes, and they made donations to specific foundations or organizations. And I want to report that LCIF, Multiple District 19 Foundation, Lions Foundation of Canada, CARE, Youth Exchange, and the Northwest Lions Foundation are receiving $641.90 from donations from the past district governors. So I want to thank the governors for that. And now those foundations I mentioned aren't getting all of that amount, but we're going to split it up. So they got a choice to pick it up. Thank you.
So the Leos on Sunday morning are putting on a pancake breakfast, if you guys are aware. What time is it going to be? 7:30. Thank you. At 7:30, it will be at the lodge we're staying at. The Chilliwack Lions Club has provided for us. Spadina Lounge. Spadina Lodge on Spadina Street. So, yeah, Avenue. Okay. Anything else? Someone. Yeah. Debbie Bostock in the convention committee has some announcements to come up and make on some of the breakout sessions that are going to go on in this conference. If she is here. Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, the breakout sessions this afternoon. Beth James will be doing greeting cards, and that will be in C, so the wall will be coming through. And then in AB, we've got September Stokes doing accessibility. The sensory gardens will be in the Fraser room down the hall, and Wes Reynolds is doing that. There will be an off-site tour of the Lions wooden toy making, so I believe you meet in the lobby at 2:15. Gender 101, Understanding Gender Diversity by Jackie Oldhaver, is in the Rosedale here, and that starts at 3:30. And at 3:30, John Curie will be doing Sustainable Leadership Pipeline in the Fraser room. And that is it for this afternoon. I hope you enjoy the panels and get out and see the toys being made and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And thank you very much.
Another announcement. So at 8:30, there's going to be the ice cream kind of get together and have some fellowship there. As well as on Main Street, there's going to be a Leo's karaoke. That's still to be decided, so we'll see about that. But what else? Okay. And then I think that is the end of the meeting. Okay. Thank you guys for coming, and we'll see you tonight for dinner. How are you with this?
new thing about accessibility and awareness of it. So if I could, because we're going to live stream it, the main group is going to be up at the front. So if I could ask you all to move a little closer, so for those of us with a hearing impairment, when we have the discussions, we'll be able to hear you all. So we got some time, so come on up. I've never used a headset. This is very cool. Look at me, dear. Yes. Okay, we have about 3 minutes before we get started here. My lovely assistant, otherwise known as my handsome hubby Ryan, is passing out some give them back to Ryan. And I think especially for this session, it will be really keen to get your feedback on what you learned, what you like, what we can do better, because this is probably going to be an ongoing conversation. All right, so I don't know if we're ready to get started. Pass those out. Does anybody need pens? We all got pens? I have one. I have one pen. You don't want my lip gloss, I got a pen. There, I got a pen. Okay. See if I can fit this in my pocket now. There we go. No, all good. Ooh, just maybe, Tim, I hate to ask, but maybe water. Yes, thank you. Are we ready to start streaming? Do we want to do that now? Or do we want to wait till 2:15? I always want to go by the advertised time in case somebody took this time for a bathroom break and then we're halfway through. Oh my God, I just got here. Did everybody enjoy their lunch today? I especially like the brownies. I saw something today on Facebook that said, there is no Chocoholics Anonymous because none of us want to quit. Okay, are we ready? Okay. Trying to clear out my pockets. All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is September Stokes. I am the District Governor-elect for District 19-0. And when I was asked to do this particular seminar today, it had very special meaning to me because I have had a hearing impairment my whole life. So I'm very excited to be here with you today. We're going to talk about helping Lions and helping our clubs learn and be more aware of disabilities and challenges and other things that want to make sure that our own club events are, and meetings and events and whatever we're doing are accessible. We all want to help others, and that's why we do the things we do as Lions. But what about our own members and our own club meetings? And so being aware that there are probably people in your club who you may not know have challenges. And if we can address some of those things that make our meetings more accessible, will go a long way to helping make our club stronger and helping our membership. So I have some special guests with me today. I have up here at front with me, I have Charles Bailey. Charles is with the Chilliwack Dogwood Monarch Lions Club, and he is going to share some thoughts that he has about vision and sight and what we can do to help make meetings more accessible and safe for people with vision loss of all types and all levels. And I also have Lion Bill Conway here from the Sunshine Coast Lions Club, and he is here with his vision dog from the Lions Foundation of Canada. Did you say your dog's name was Lionheart? Yes. And he's going to share some of his thoughts about helping make our club meetings and events more accessible to those who have vision loss, and particularly those who have dogs. There's things that we maybe need to be aware of, and we may think we know, but there's probably a few things today that you're going to learn. And I also have Anne McNabb here joining us today. She is the president of the Canadian Council for the Blind. So looking forward to hearing her thoughts on how we can make our meetings and events more accessible. So speaking on behalf of hearing impaired people, I wanted to let you know that we do have microphones here today. So Ryan, otherwise Vanna over there, he has a microphone. So if you have any comments or things that you would like to say to the group or any questions that you have, raise your hand and he will come around with the microphone so that I and everyone else can hear what the question is or what the comment is. So I'll start since I'm up here. I've had hearing impairment my whole life. But it wasn't diagnosed until I was 14. So up until the age of 14, I had no idea that I wasn't normal. It wasn't until I just thought that's what it was. So in the 9th grade, I had a spelling test, and my teacher, my English teacher, phoned my mother later that day, and he said, you might want to have her hearing checked out because all the words that she spelled on the spelling test were spelled correctly, but they weren't the right words. Oh, okay. So fast forward to now, I've had many hearing aids. In fact, my audiologist says, I'll give you the discount because I know you're going to buy a lot of hearing aids over the years. I'm not giving the seniors the discount. They only might buy one. You're going to buy lots. And it's true. I have had lots. But fast forward to where we are now. My hearing loss, we concluded, was probably due to measles. And now that I'm getting older, the natural aging process is also affecting my hearing. So one of the things I was so excited about when this convention was in formation was how much more accessible it was going to be. And today, particularly because the closed captioning got moved from the bottom to the top, I can't tell you what a game changer that was for me. And I'm sure there are people in the room who also benefited from having the live captioning across that screen. So no matter where you were in the room in the back, it's large enough print that most people should have been able to see it. And it changes everything for someone with a hearing impairment. Ryan can attest, and he'll probably start nodding. For me, it's not a volume issue. It's a clarity issue. So if you can imagine, my hearing is like being in Charlie Brown's classroom. Womp, 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 womp. That's what, they did that on purpose so that you didn't focus on the teacher, but you knew the teacher was talking. So if that closed captioning had not been up here today, Roger, I'll tell you because you're sitting right there, I probably would have fallen asleep or done my go-to. When I can't hear, I just eventually start playing on my phone. It's one of the reasons I'm addicted to Candy Crush. Oh. But it's very difficult for someone with hearing impairment to be constantly having to remind people to speak up or speak clearer. I'm very aware that people are creatures of habit. It is very difficult to ask somebody to speak up because it's now you're asking them to go out of their comfort zone. So whether you ask them to speak up or speak clearly, people speak the way they speak, and unless they're going to do a lot of work to change it, it's very difficult. So most people with a hearing impairment probably don't bother. And that's a shame because we're missing out on a lot. So that's my experience with hearing impairment. And there are some easy things that we can do as Lions Clubs to help address that situation. I will share one right now, and I'm so excited. We had our Lions Club board meeting last week, and I said, hey, we should get a PA system. I'm so excited. They didn't hesitate for a second. And I bet you $1 or more, you want to, that if you approached your Lions Club and said, we should get a PA system for our meeting so we give people a chance to hear, you probably won't find a lot of resistance. And they're not that much money. And what a great investment that would be. That's something very simple you could do today. So Ryan, if you could pop up here. I'd like to pass the microphone over to Charles. Charles has some insights on some tips and tricks on how to make our meetings more accessible and any other comments he wants to share. And feel free, if at any time you want to ask questions, we certainly welcome those.
Am I to start now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, my name is Charles, excuse me, Charles Bailey. And I'm blind. I was born legally blind, although I did have some usable vision as a kid. But my sight did get progressively worse as I got older. And I'm at an age, a state now where basically I'm totally blind. For the most part, I can't tell when lights are on or off. My wife's constantly nagging me to turn off the light when I didn't know I'd turned it on in the first place. So why don't we just leave them on, off all the time, and then we won't have to worry about it. Anyway, I went to because I had some usable vision when I was young, when it came time to go to school, there was some talk about me attending the School for the Blind in Vancouver, Jericho Hill School it was then. However, because I had enough sight to run around sort of and get around, and by sticking my nose right down in the book, I could actually read the print, which was a little larger in elementary books than it is later on. Anyway, for those reasons, basically, it was decided that I would just attend the regular school system, which I did. Looking back on it now, I wish, hindsight's always great, of course, I would have done a lot better off academically if I had gone to the Jericho Hill School for the Blind and learned Braille from the beginning, and I just would have been so much better off academically. Now, of course, the other half of it is socially, and I have to say I'm probably better off socially for not attending a school for the blind. Incidentally, I don't know if you maybe didn't know it, everybody knew, or most people know about it as the School for the Blind, but it was actually a school for the blind and deaf. I don't know why that sort of secondary part is never mentioned or wasn't mentioned. But anyway, the school, that school closed out for the blind. It closed out in 1975. And the blind students have been just integrated into the school system since then. And they closed it out for the deaf a few years later. I'm not sure what year exactly, but it's long since closed out now. And deaf students and blind students, as well as other students with other disabilities, are integrated into the regular school system. Anyway, I stumbled through school and did manage to graduate. And actually, by many years later, or not many years later, I guess about 5 or 6 years later, I managed to get into UBC as a mature student, even though I really didn't have the academic credentials for it. But I did it, and by this time I had learned Braille. I didn't learn Braille till I was 21 or something, which shows you I should have learned it many years earlier. But I learned Braille and I guess I was a little mature by then, and I managed to get through a degree in psychology, and I graduated from there in 1979. Bratton enough to with the Dogwood Monarch now for about 3 years, I guess, and so that's my that's my resume. What do you want to do next? September? Oh, yeah, for now.
What did they get your club done to help you when you attend meetings as far as help you understand what's going on?
Well, as far as attending, I get a ride. I've got 2 or 3 people in the club who sort of, one person brings me to the rides most of the time when she can't do it. There's a couple of others who've filled in. That's really all the only accommodation that I guess I've made. They haven't bothered with the agendas and whatnot. They're making them large print doesn't do me any good. The only thing that would do me any good at all would be to produce it in Braille, and we haven't gone there yet. Although the White Cane Club in Chilliwack just acquired a Braille embosser, which is essentially a Braille printer, is what it is, and which was paid for, by the way, by the Dogwood Monarch Lions. They bought that. So I could, from this point on, I could have the agendas brailled out for me if I wished, and I may go ahead. I may do that actually now that it's available. We've only had it now for a month or so, so we've taken a little bit of a learning curve to figure out how to use it. But we have all the material for today is brailled out. I got a 36-page document containing the program for the whole day, and along with the menu for the restaurant and the agenda for Friday and for Saturday. So I got that all brailled out for me for this conference. Yep.
Okay, do you want to grab the microphone then, Ryan? Thank you. Charles mentioned, and you asked Terry what his club has done for him. One of the things my club has done for me, and I still have to, oh, you okay? Okay. I still have to nudge them once in a while, and that's the hardest thing for me to do is to nudge, because I feel like I'm being bossy, but I'm really not. I'm self-advocating. Colette said that earlier today. They're very mindful to make sure that they're not talking with more than one person talking at the same time. So if someone is speaking, we don't have another conversation going on over here in the corner. And we've all been to Lions meetings where there's the other little secondary meeting going on in the back. That is very difficult to deal with for someone who has a hearing impairment, because that is a distraction and makes it difficult for someone with a hearing impairment to be able to focus. And one of the things I wanted to really make everyone aware of today, and I'll do this by a little demonstration, is if you look around the room, do you think you could identify right now the people who have some sort of vision loss? Between glasses and the seeing eye dog, white canes, you can probably make a pretty good guess how many people have some sort of level of vision loss. Do you think you could do the same with figuring out who has various levels of hearing impairment? When I got this hearing aid, the hearing aid industry wants us to, and I don't think it's the industry's fault, I think it's people. Don't tell anybody I have a hearing aid. Make it as small as possible. I don't want anybody to see it. Heck, I want this thing lit up and glowing because I want you to know that I have a hearing loss. I'm not ashamed of it. And now I got this button from Amazon that says hard of hearing. And I wear that. It's a visual reminder that I have a hearing loss. But that's one thing that my club has done to help for me to be able to focus on whoever is supposed to be talking. And the second thing, and sometimes I have to do is stand up when you are addressing the room. When you stand up, when you're at your club meeting, particularly the president, when you do the act of standing up and now you're speaking, your voice naturally projects better. It's now above the level of the people sitting, and it gives people with a hearing impairment, and everybody else, frankly, a better chance to be able to hear what you're saying. So anytime if you're standing up and asking a question, or if you're making a presentation, even if you're not getting up to the front, stand up. Really makes a big difference. Right now, I'd like to ask Bill Conway. Ryan, if you want to run over there with a microphone for him. I'll ask Bill to stand. And he has some thoughts. He has his dog with him. And you've probably all seen Bill with his dog this weekend. Bill, I wanted to get some thoughts from you on how people can help with someone who maybe has a vision impairment.
Thank you very much, Summer. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Everybody's seen Lionheart work. These are amazing animals. The dog is only as good as the person, and the person is only as good as the dog. We are a true team. There's no I in team. The most important thing about these puppies is that I know everybody wants to pet him. Unfortunately, we have to handcuff you because it is a distraction for me, for example. I'm walking down the hallway, and this hallway is not easy to walk down, folks. Maybe for those of you who can see, it's not as challenging. But you watch Lionheart go up and down this hallway and ask yourself, how many people did he hit? And the answer will be 0. 0 persons do I hit. How many people do you run into when you're walking down this hallway? And you're not drunk. So that's a big, huge difference. My safety is in his 4 paws. My ability to direct him is through my voice. He is a very good listener. I use hand gestures to right and left. I also use my voice. I will command him by his real name. I will not call him Lionheart. I'll not say Lionheart forward or Lionheart right or Lionheart left. I will not do that. I will call him by his real name, which I will not give out. Everybody wants to know the name of the dog. Lionheart is the name dog because it stands for bravery and determination. And we are very determined, and he is very determined to get me safe to wherever we go. One of the big things you have to do when you have a puppy in your club, or you see a puppy out on the street in your neighborhood of one of these special dogs, try and make it as clear as possible or as safe as possible for us to walk down. Don't be surprised how many bicycles or tricycles are on the sidewalk. When you walk down main streets in your community, how many A-frames are out in the middle of the sidewalk? How many low-hanging flower plants are hanging down off buildings or awnings or display models outside of the stores? My dog is trained to walk in between them if necessary, or not hit a tree in my face. These are the things that we can do, that you as sighted people can do. Try and make the area as clear as possible, not only for you, but also what about a mother pushing a stroller? What obstacles do they face? They face the same obstacles that I would face. Not the height version, but the low versions on the sidewalks. The barriers that we encounter on a daily basis is amazing. I come into Chilliwack here, and I'm not from Chilliwack, obviously. I know nothing about this community. Yesterday, we walked from the hotel over to Main Street, the Dogwood place, and somebody said, well, you know where it is. You know how to get there. Yep, oh yeah, sure I do. Yeah. Which way do we go? But I turned around, I followed somebody, and I walked with somebody on the right-hand side. And always when you're with a person who has low vision or is totally blind or even deaf-blind, if you're deaf-blind, always walk on the best side of the person that they can hear you is best to do, unless they are totally deaf. And I know some people who are totally deaf and blind. Those are in Canada, the name Eddie Morton. Eddie and Pierre Morton are both totally deaf and totally blind citizens of Burnaby, BC. Eddie Morton received the King Charles III Coronation Award because of his advocacy within the deaf-blind community to advocate for assistance, to have interveners assist them when they're going out shopping. So there again, we need that extra help. They will need that extra help. When it comes to these puppies, yes, the main thing is don't touch them. I'm sorry. The Canadian Council of the Blind, which we have the president here, and I just happen to be her right-hand man as first vice for the Council of the Blind. It's not for the blind, it's of the blind. And it's very important that we put together a dog guide etiquette. And it was put together by a person of the Chilliwack CCB White Cane Club and myself and other members of the Council of the Blind. And it is very important that this is read or looked at. I was hoping that this poster would be put up in some elevators so other people could read it, but it's just placed on your front desk at the registration table, just sitting there, one piece of paper. But when we have a council convention, like we had up in Kelowna, just last month, was it? Yes, last month. I had to figure out what month I'm in. It was very, very well received because this poster was written in plain language so that all can understand it. Not to touch a dog, not to interfere in the dog, that these dogs are very well trained. They won't bite anybody unless you're loaded up with Gravens, and they'll lick you to death. And they love doing that. As you all know, my puppy is from LSCDG, Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides in Oakville, Ontario. I've had the distinct pleasure of using one of these puppies since 1979. And I've been to the world's #1 school where I got my previous 9 dogs. And that's CNI Incorporated, Morristown, New Jersey, the founding godfathers of the guide dog movement around the world. And I got 9 dogs out of there until the last 3 were Not very good ones. But that happens. That happens, folks. You get some good dogs that will really work, and some dogs just, hey, screw this. I don't want to do this. I'm going to go have some fun. But that's the trials and tribulations we have with our puppies. Because we never know if they will work until you get them home into your environment. They work fantastic at the schools. No problem at the schools. Put them on an airplane. Whoa, that's a different story. And then take them into a new environment. There, I have to retrain the dog to my community and teach him where all the buttons are. So I tell him, go to the button. He goes to the button. Because he knows when he goes there, he gets a T-R-E-A-T. You notice I spelt that, eh? So that is how I train my dog to go to APS systems, or accessible pedestrian signals at each corner. Those cuckoos and chirps, they're put in there not for you sighted people, but basically you use them. That's the best thing for that. But for those of us who are visually impaired, low vision, or totally blind, because that way we know when it's safe to cross. And we know what direction we're going to, because it's either a cuckoo or a chirp chirp, and we go towards the other cuckoo or chirp chirp across the street. That is one way of doing it. Summer, whatever questions you want to ask me about my puppy, or you, the audience, please, I'm wide open on how these dogs are trained. I've traveled in New York City with my puppies. I've traveled in my great hometown of Hamilton, Ontario with my puppy. I've traveled across this great country of ours called Canada. I've done a little bit of traveling in the States, but mostly in my country of Canada. And wherever we are, we're welcomed. We always got to teach, educate, and have lots of fun doing it. But I'm open to any questions you wish to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And yeah, of course you don't want to tell us the dog's real name. That makes total sense. Never occurred to me that that would be the case, so that's good. I learned something today. I wanted now to ask Anne if she might want to address the audience here today and share some thoughts on the Canadian Council of the Blind and how they help, and some tips. In the blue shirt there, Ryan. Yeah. There. Thank you, Anne. He's just turning the microphone on. There you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anne McNabb. I am the current president for the Canadian Council of the Blind BC Yukon Division. Bill Conway here is my first vice president. And Charles Bailey is with me in our local Chilliwack White Cane chapter, which is part of the Canadian Council of the Blind. We have about 24 chapters throughout BC where blind and low vision people get together with volunteers at meetings to do social activities, or do I have my back to people? Okay. 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 Or recreational activities. For instance, here in Chilliwack, up until the end of April, we bowl at the bowling alley. And blind bowling is lots of fun, I tell you. My personal lowest score is 2. But my best score is about 70-something. So, you know, it just kind of fluctuates. As some of you bowlers probably know, it's luck. So, you know, and as far as, you know, accommodating us, we use the handy dart to get to our meetings. We go out for lunch every month, and we play bingo, right, Charles? We have Braille bingo cards. I think Bill has even played bingo because we've done it at our conference for the last 2 years. So we we do basically what everybody else does, but we might have to do it a little different way and accommodate ourselves, like, you know, just not talking too fast. So if I'm talking too fast, let me know. Or just talking loud enough, because there are, like September said, there are low hearing people as well as low vision people. And when that comes together, that's a challenge too. So I don't know if you have any questions or if I can.
Does anyone have any questions of either Anne or Bill or Charles or me? Joe? Oh.
My question is twofold. I went to a community presentation yesterday, and I found out that Lions International has an AI-assisted Ellie. Don't know what it is because I haven't looked into it yet. Sounds like it would be a perfect candidate to help with the translation of the agendas in AI, voice activated, and you know, you could be listening instead of reading the program, you could hear it right on your cell phone. That's one thing. That's one thing. And then the other side, and I've been to Oakville at the training center and stuff like that, but in today's technology, do you know of any advancement that can be used to aid and assist in the using or training and facilitated of the guide dog situation in terms of what you do every day?
Thank you very much for the question. This is Bill here. I will answer that question. When it comes to the guide dogs, there's no AI in guide dog guides. To assist us, it's all one-on-one training and educating. I go to the school, as you know, if you've been to Oakville, I attend the school. I'm provided a daily training with the instructor, and we do it together. It's very repetitious in the training, but repetition is the name of the game with these puppies. So AI would not interfere in that there whatsoever. As for me getting around my community, I use GPS systems, whether it be Lazarillo, which is the barking dog one. There's also one called, I also carry or use a portable system called a Trucker Breeze, which can give me how far I am away from the corner or stores around me. All the GPS systems are able to do that with us. So that's how I do navigate myself around new communities. I take my Trucker Breeze, like I did up in Kelowna last month. I used that Trucker Breeze to walk around Kelowna because I had no idea where I was. But it was much fun. Thank you.
Colette?
Just a comment on technology that might replace guide dogs. My husband tried out the new Glidance that's supposed to be on the market shortly by the end of the year. It looks more like, you know, the little kids had the lawnmowers, the toy lawnmowers. It looks something like that with big wheels. It still has bugs to be worked out, and it definitely can't, I don't think, do as much as a guide dog. It has a GPS system in it, but when my husband tried it, it's like when somebody walks in front of you, all of a sudden it stops. So it doesn't know how to have that kind of technology. But I would also wonder if Anne could let us know if there were some clubs or districts that would like to have somebody who's blind come out and be available to talk to their club about their own experience, because you're going to find out, like my blind husband, Anne, Bill, another Bill, and other people here, everybody's different. And actually, although you said if somebody's blind, you know by the cane or the dog, only 2 to 4% of the people who are significantly low vision or blind use a cane or a dog. And I'm not going to say why. Somebody else who is blind can always say that. If you wanted to, Anne?
Yes, there are many low vision people out there who do not use a cane. I think in our chapter of about 25 blind low vision people, only about 3 or 4 of us have no sight at all. So yes, we do use a cane. But most of the others do have enough functional sight, but it's different because if it's, like, for instance, retinitis pigmentosus, then it's like tunnel vision. So you only see what's straight ahead of you, not what's on the side. Whereas with macular degeneration, you lose your central sight, and so you're sort of watching out the corners. So it's completely different, and some people's sight, but they can see straight ahead, is, oh, it's just a chair. I thought I hit something. Anyway, okay. But it was, so, you know, yes, it's all, you know, I know my low vision friends, sometimes I say, why aren't you using you know, at least a little ID cane, because then people think it's a curtain rod. But then people know if they do happen to bump into them, which can happen, because it's not like Lionheart and who can, you know, lead you through. So you do bump into people every once in a while. So, and if there's no cane or no indication, the people just think you're dumb, right? Yeah, or whatever. So, yeah, so you can't assume anything. You really can't, because I think we all do to a certain extent. I probably assume a lot of things about you guys, and I can't even see you. So, but you just need to be careful. Okay.
Charles, did you have another thing you wanted to say? Okay, Ryan's going to bring you the microphone. Just one sec.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, in response to the gentleman that asked about whether AI could be used to interpret the agendas and whatnot for a meeting, in fact, you don't need AI. All it really needs, which our club does, and I'm sure probably most clubs do now, is that the minutes of the previous meeting and the agenda for the upcoming meeting are sent out a couple of days in advance on email. And once I've got it received it in email, it goes into my little laptop, and I've got a speech program that converts it and reads it to me, so I know what's coming up, you know, when I arrive at the meeting. The other thing I wanted to say, I guess I should take the time. I was asked to sort of put together a list of a few things that clubs could do to sort of accommodate blind or more so visually impaired people who might be attending the club, either as members or as a guest. And the first thing that came across was something with making sure that the pathway is clear, and particularly, and I didn't really realize it till today, actually I never thought about it, but to make the path, it has to be clear for people to walk through, but it also has to be wide enough for somebody who's got a dog guide. Because although I can, if somebody's directing me or guiding me, I can skinny up behind them and walk through in the space of one person, but the dog doesn't have that same option. So keeping pathways wide enough and certainly clear of any tripping hazards, extension cords, and loose corners of carpet, etc., things like that, and things that are really just sort of common sense. When it comes to printed material, whether you're doing agendas and minutes and anything else that you're preparing for meetings, is to use large print. And right now we're saying about 12 point seems to be a size that a lot of clubs have settled on, 12 point. And to make it use plain text, plain font, Arial font or Roboto font. Don't use the things that have got the curly cues and tails and stuff like that on them. Yeah. And signage. I realize you can't do much about it in a place like this where it's not really not our building, but room. Anyway, if people have been sort of directed, you know, I came on a tour of this facility here about a month ago with Roger when we were planning this, and so We took a tour of the various rooms, all the breakout rooms here, and
Thank you, Charles. One thing I wanted to point out, if you're looking for some more information, in your program is a whole page that talks about simple ways for adding accessibility to your meetings, whether it's for your regular members or whether it's for a guest speaker. And it talks about some of the things that Charles said as well, particularly with the 12-point contrast exactly, providing maybe screen reader friendly digital versions. I learned something today. I didn't know that you could have a computer program that would translate an email or a document and read it to you. What a wonderful thing that is. All right, so I learned something today. And asking someone about access needs in advance. If you are bringing a guest speaker to your club, and if you know already that they may be bringing a service dog with them, ask them about what their needs are. Do they have any special needs? Do they need wheelchair parking, for example? Do you have that even available? These are some of the things we probably need to start thinking about when we are having our members or guests at our meetings. It just makes a better experience for everybody. For hearing, always using a microphone. You hear the person say, "Oh no, I don't need a microphone." Yes, you do. And it's maybe not necessarily because they don't have a loud voice, but when someone is on the microphone, let's say you did, just because people are who we are, you may have a group of people talking over here. The people over here really want to be able to hear who they want to hear, which is the person with the microphone who's addressing the group. If that person has a microphone, they're probably going to be able to accommodate for the other chit-chat that's going on over here more so than if they didn't. And there are some things, little tips and tricks with microphones. Not everybody's comfortable with a microphone. They may get a little, self-conscious about a microphone. I can tell you from my experience with microphones, the best way to hold a microphone is at a 45-degree angle to your mouth. I'll get Vanna back there to demonstrate. So holding it like that to your mouth gives the microphone the best chance of catching all of the nuances of your voice. If you hold it down here, it's going to catch some of it, but the clarity is not going to be as sharp. So by and large, most microphones these days, 45-degree angle, hold it to your mouth. Now, don't hold it, Ryan, can you demonstrate something for me? Don't hold it right up to your face. So that, like that, because see what that did is it blocks my ability to lip read, because even though the volume is there, a lot of people with hearing impairment rely on lip reading. If you put that microphone in front of your mouth and completely cover your lips, you lose the ability to be able to piece it all together and hear it. I can tell you from someone with a hearing impairment, the 2.5 years we had of wearing masks during COVID, absolute torture for me. Where I work, luckily I'm in a one-person office, but we had the plastic screen, and I had a counter. I was behind the counter, and I was wearing a mask. The person coming in to talk to me was wearing a mask. I had to make what I called the little magic square in the middle of the floor where they can stand safely more than 6 feet away from me. And if they were wearing a mask and trying to talk to me, particularly if English was their second language. So when someone has English as a second language, the accent is very difficult to cope with someone with a hearing loss. But being able to lip read really helps to fill in the blanks. So imagine it's COVID, they've got a mask on, they've got an accent, it's a blur. So finally, okay, you're far enough away from me? Okay, and I had to advocate for myself. I can't hear you. I really need you to just lower your mask. I'll stay behind the glass, lower your mask. And for a long time, we were all afraid to do that. But it was a necessary thing. Otherwise, it's just, I don't know. But I will share something really positive. Bluetooth, I have my hearing aid, and the sound, I don't hold my phone up to my ear, the sound Bluetooth straight into my hearing aid. Even my audiologist can't figure out why. I don't need to lip read. Even if they have an accent, I can understand everything very clearly with the Bluetooth option. It's completely a game changer. In fact, I don't even think I'd be able to work if I didn't have that option. So it's amazing, amazing, amazing. So does anybody have any final thoughts or comments, questions about this whole discussion about accessibility to our clubs? Colette, you had your hand up?
I was wondering if one of our blind participants could explain exactly how a sighted guide would work best if they did need assistance. Because a lot of people sometimes want to take you by the hand and help.
Who's going to be the guinea pig?
Oh, we're going to have a demonstration. Excellent. Okay.
Where?
Oh, Robin is our volunteer.
Robin? Where are you? Stood up. Okay. Up this way. Wait, no. You need a microphone.
That's going to be a bit difficult.
Give up your cane and just take the microphone.
By the elbow, you don't have to hold your arm up. You can let it lay down. I'm following a wee bit behind the person. I like to be on the right elbow, simply because many times you've seen I had a long cane with me. I use that sometimes to kind of sweep around because this person is leading me somewhere. But sometimes there's a chair or there's something there. So, as we're walking along, I am asking this person to tell me of obstacles. Or, oh, wait a minute, there's something on the floor that he could have told me, that there's this big old honky wire that I can trip on, right? Or there's something right here that I might be able to do. And if we get into a tight spot, all of you have seen me tagging with my cousin. I do this. I step back and we can maneuver through. Still, if you're a sighted guide, say, we're coming up to a table, we're coming up to a doorway, or we have something that you might trip on. Be descriptive, but normal walking, and like I said, I am always just about a step behind, and you can then lead this person to wherever the destination is. Please be considerate. Say, can I help you? And be that sighted guy.
Okay, chair's right here.
You don't need to grab my arm.
Okay, there you go. See, I'm not perfect. I didn't want you to.
That's why I used it.
There you go.
Let me have that back. I'm sorry. Don't give a mic to a preacher. One of the things that Colette brought up is, why does not every blind or low vision person use a cane? It identifies you as disabled. And so, you know, but the other aspect of that is that this will tell everybody I might need help. Ask them, is there something I can help you with? Thank you. That's enough.
So if you find yourself in a situation like me, you can block with your body. But before you go up and ask, sort of manhandle the disabled, oh, there you go. How not to do it. Introduce yourself, give your name, ask their name, and ask them if they need help, and ask them how they need help, and then follow their lead, because they know.
Thank you.
Can you talk about hearing aid etiquette?
What?
Hearing aid etiquette?
Yes, thank you. You give that to Ryan. One thing there's a few things that you can do if you know that there is a member or two or probably more members in your club who may have some sort of a hearing impairment. I will tell you from experience that most people with hearing impairment don't want to tell you about it. They will pretend like they heard you. They will smile and nod. And they may just stop paying attention and just sort of retreat into themselves because they really don't want to call attention to it, because that's sort of the stigma of someone with a hearing loss. And so sometimes they don't even know they have a hearing loss until their wife says, "You turn up that TV so loud," and then all of a sudden they're off to. But here's the difference with someone with a hearing loss, and I think this will help to illustrate the challenge that someone with a hearing loss has. I wear glasses and I have a hearing aid. When I got my glasses the first time, it was like a miracle happened. I was so excited. Here I am without my glasses on, and I remember you remember these things distinctly. I remember walking outside the first time I got my glasses, and I put them on, and I was like, oh, there's individual leaves on the trees. Oh my God, I can see everything so clearly again. I was so happy I could cry. And I could see, I've got my glasses updated recently, and now I can read books again. I was struggling to read books. It was a happy, amazing experience, and I was so glad that I had these new glasses. When someone gets a hearing aid for the first time, it is the complete opposite. Because whether you've had your hearing loss your whole life or it's been gradual, now all of a sudden, whoop, you are now programming your hearing to be at what a normal hearing level should be, and it's loud and it hurts. And you are hearing. I remember the very first time I got a hearing aid, I was losing my mind because all I could hear was papers rustling. Because I was in my math class and I'd never heard that before. The noise level just went, ooh, way up. And I was like most people, and I stopped wearing them. So it wasn't until I was 16, and there was this really cute guy that I liked, and he said, well, if you need them, you should wear them. So, okay, fine, I'll wear them. But I'm now at the point where when my hearing aid is out and I put it back in, it's like, oh, okay, back to normal. I'm online again. My joke is like, okay, I'm going offline, and I take my hearing aid out. But most people, it's a real challenge when they get that hearing aid for the first time. It hurts. There's a lot of people out there who spend thousands of dollars on a new hearing aid, try it for a couple of weeks, maybe off and on, and they get fed up with it because it's so painful, and they shove it in a drawer and say it doesn't work. So you have all these challenges with someone with a hearing impairment, but I want to offer you some suggestions, whether someone wears a hearing aid or not, on how you can help them be able to understand and get what you're saying. So first thing is, make sure you're looking at the person you're talking to. Because if I'm talking to Terry and I'm saying, hey Terry, by the way, this is how you do this over here, and this, I'm not looking at Terry. And Terry may not understand everything that I'm saying. Whether you lip read or not, there's a lot of communication that goes on with the eyes and the face. And so if you are looking right at that person, you have a better chance of them being able to hear you. There are ways that you can work on to speak a little slower. I used to teach this when I did public speaking, and it takes a bit of practice. I used to be a very fast talker. I started practicing by putting my hand under my chin and just letting it rest there so that I could feel my jaw moving up and down in between the syllables and the words, so that I knew that if my jaw wasn't moving, I'm probably talking too fast. And it takes a little practice to do that. Don't do it while you're driving. People will think you, what the hell is she doing? But, you know, when you're on the phone talking to somebody, just don't push like this. Just rest your hand. Start getting in the habit of speaking slower, because that helps tremendously with two things. It helps with people being able to understand you. It also helps the closed captioning keep up with you. There's some interesting interpretations that come up there when somebody is mumbling or speaks too fast. And so somebody who's trying to really get everything they need from the closed captioning sometimes has to do some, clever interpretation to try and figure out what that actually was supposed to have said. Sometimes it can be pretty interesting. But just being aware. Take the time, make sure that you are looking at the person you are talking to, and don't be afraid to get a little closer. Most of the time, it's not a volume issue, but try the slower speaking. That really helps too. Robin.
After years of nagging from my wife, I finally got hearing aids about 6 months ago.
Ooh.
Right? So she was astonished to learn that they're hearing aids, not listening aids. I was astonished to go out in the forest on a hike. Did you know that there are birds out there chirping in the trees? However, Lions Club meetings have become a little bit more of a challenge. And I don't hear anything. It's a blur, right? My wife is talking to you at the same time. So a little bit of research here at the meetings. So I'm eager to learn about Coquitlam River's experience with their PA system, because this is not a wondering how you're going to work with your guiding lion. Very. Anyway, it will be
We just won't tell him when the meetings are. Terry had a comment.
Being hearing impaired myself, one thing that bothers me the most is someone start talking to me, but they don't get my attention first.
Mm-hmm.
And they act like they ask my wife. She'll start talking to me and say, "I'm right in front of you, but you didn't get my attention. So I'm not really listening to you until you." So you need to get their attention before you start.
Ryan, do you have some advice on how to get somebody's attention? He has practical experience, let me tell you.
Yes, I have lots. There's a few things. Number one is walk in front of them. So if they're in the other room, don't, shout at them or whatever. They're not going to hear you. You walk down, get in front. The other thing's a slight hand on the arm, on the side that you're on, depending on the person's level of hearing, and whether it impacts one side or the other. So I can say.
What? See, he's not talking to me. What?
Left and right. I can bring.
Yes, my right ear is completely dead. So if you're standing over here trying to get my attention, good luck. I actually said to, was it you that I said it to today? I said, I think I'm going to get myself a shirt with a thing here that says good ear with an arrow that points that way, and this side with an arrow that says don't bother.
So you'll more often than not see me walking on September's left side. That's because that's the side that she does hear off of, as well as I'll sit on her left side. So if we're at a table, I'm 9 times out of 10 always on her left. Does two things. We can communicate, and it also means I can help her communicate with all of you. So you'll often see me tap her and then just give a finger point to the direction of the conversation that's coming, because she hasn't necessarily heard anything that's initiated at the beginning of that conversation. So just little cues, things like that. So if you know people in your clubs or in your life, and you know what their hearing disabilities are for levels and ranges and stuff like that, then you can help them in their daily life as well. Grocery stores is a prime example. Often we do that. We even have a device that I can wear that Bluetooth straight into her ear, so we can communicate in the grocery store. So otherwise it's a very difficult trip. But it allows us to communicate in the aisles, but then it also allows me to help at the till when we're trying to check out. So when they're asking questions to her, and I know that she doesn't have that answer, and I'm not necessarily right beside her, I can hear it and then relay that to her. The tone of my voice for September works really well. So she can understand me over others that may have a higher pitch or tone. Therefore, I will try to communicate a lot for her.
One of the things about having a hearing impairment some days is keeping a sense of humor. Ryan loves that particular device. It looks just like a lanyard that he wears around his neck. Now imagine he's Bluetooth straight into my ear. He's down the aisle somewhere, and all of a sudden I hear this, "Hey, baby. I'm thinking about you." And I'm like, he's got a direct line into my ear, so he has a lot of fun with it, let's just say that. But
I don't usually say that. It's usually, it's your inner voice talking.
Yes.
I'm back.
All right, does anybody else have any thoughts they want to share? Bernie.
I was wondering if you might make a couple of suggestions. Most hearing aids supposedly will adjust automatically to louder conditions versus softer conditions. For example, when I first came in here, the mics were way too loud, so I used the app on my phone and reduced the volume quite a ways down. But some of that is set by your hearing person for the hearing aids. And so if they are consistently, they seem to be too loud or too soft, check with them, because they will adjust the hearing aids. And I think my understanding is virtually all of the chargers, when you recharge them overnight, will automatically reset them to the setting that the hearing aid specialist programs into it. So for example, when I go to bed, when I watch TV at night, my brother-in-law, who lives right below us, consistently complains, how loud the TV is. So I turn my hearing aids all the way up, and then I can turn the TV way, way down. I hear it fine, he doesn't hear it at all, and everyone's happy. I will take just a minute. I've got a really good friend, and both she and her husband were former Lions. Unfortunately, we lost them in Lionism. They're still here. But she has had a profound hearing loss since birth and is legally blind as well. But in fact, her first language was sign language. However, due to advances with hearing aids, she is now able to hear reasonably well. And she was telling the story, and it wasn't that long ago. She, was asleep and woke up at night and nudged her husband and says, "Honey, something's wrong. I hear something." And he kind of rolled over and said, "Honey, that's just the rain on the roof." And she had never heard it before. And, so those are the good news stories about what these new hearing aids can do for a profoundly deaf person.
Yep. So we're going to wrap up. I just want to say thank you because we've had some really good discussions. I hope, and I thank everybody for sharing their experiences and what their particular situation means for them and how they work around it. There's workarounds for a lot of things, and I think we've also learned today that there are some simple things that we can do to help make those who have a challenge make our meetings and our interactions with them more accessible, because ultimately it's all about communication and connecting. So I hope we've had a chance to connect with you today and give you some insights on thinking about accessibility in the future. And thank you, Roger, for making accessibility more of a feature for this convention. As someone who has benefited from that, I super appreciate it, and I'm sure a lot of people here have appreciated it too. So thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the convention. And don't forget.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everybody get a seat. She's going to start. Yeah. Oh, there should be something there. Not yet. It should have on the first slide when we get started here in a minute. Hmm? Sorry? Ah. All right. Let's get started. Hopefully you're here to see a Gender 101 presentation at the beginning of the events. However, I'd like to add mine to it. I'd like to acknowledge that we are here in the unceded ancestral lands of the Stolo people. The Stolo Nations are comprised of 21 native communities around the Fraser Valley, 11 of which are in our immediate area. They've been excellent partners in this area. They work very closely with the city and even originally put together through the diversity education with your communities. The CYHC is a partner with the Gender Support Network, and we work as a program under their canopy. So I'm a peer facilitator with the Gender Support Network. My name is Jacqueline Oldhaver, or Jackie, as everybody here knows me. My pronouns are she and her. I am a transgender woman, a member of the Gender Programs Committee of the CYC. I'm a peer facilitator with the All Ages time. So gender identity refers to a person's core understanding of their gender. Most people are women and girls or men and boys. We develop a sense of that usually at a very early age. We know who we are. The assigned sex at birth refers to the physical sex designation of a person that a person is given at birth based on their external sex anatomy. For most infants, the designation is female or male. Cisgender refers to people whose gender identity. A trans woman is an individual who is a woman, but who was assigned male at birth. AMAB, and that little acronym is something you'll see at the odd place when you're being involved with trans people. A trans man is an individual who is a man, but who was assigned female at birth. The gender binary defines gender as only two fixed options, a woman or a man. The gender spectrum acknowledges that there are more than two genders. Non-binary is an umbrella term referred to people whose gender identity is neither woman nor man, or who do not identify exclusively as one or the other. Some non-binary individuals describe their gender as vivid or fluid and complex, while others describe their gender as subtle or non-existent, as in agender. There's a little oval on the side there that shows gender fluid or bigender, agender, non-binary in the middle. And then for those that identify strongly as a woman or strongly as a man. Physical sex refers to the ongoing development and changes to a person's body over their lifespan as affected by their sex chromosomes, hormones, reproductive organs, and secondary sex characteristics, etc. The combination of these lead to your phenotype, your actual physical characteristics. Most people have a sex anatomy that falls within the phenotypical ranges assigned female and male, but not everyone. Differences of sex development or DSDs refer to the sex anatomy that develops outside of the phenotypical anatomy ranges assigned female and male. Estimates suggest that 1.7% of people are born with DSDs. It's important to note that most people with DSDs do not identify as transgender, as DSDs are about physical sex, not gender identity. Intersex is a term that many people with DSDs use to refer to themselves and or their physical sex. And there are some older terms that people are familiar with. Gender expression refers to all the ways a person communicates their gender, including clothing, voice, body language, mannerisms, names, pronouns, hairstyles, etc. Gender expression or gender presentation is a person's behavior, mannerisms, interests, and appearance that are associated with gender in a particular cultural context, typically understood in terms of masculinity and femininity. Gender expression is an external display of one's gender identity through aspects such as clothing, hairstyles, voice, makeup, body language, and behavior. A person's gender expression may align with their traditional gender roles or may be gender nonconforming, incorporating both masculine and feminine traits in neither or either. It may or may not reflect their gender identity or sex assigned at birth. Gender expression is influenced by social cultural norms and is distinct from both gender identity and gender expression. Different types of human expression are often categorized. Woo. So how do I get this to go back now? Stop it. Different types of human expression are often categorized as feminine, masculine, or androgynous. Some people's gender expression is more fluid or vivid, while other people's gender expression is more subtle. This is true across cisgender and transgender populations. So the gender expression spectrum, as shown, is, again, the very feminine on one side, the very masculine on the other side, and then the ones that really don't express gender at all, and then the ones that are very vivid about it. And we all met people in our lives who are like that. We get the very feminine person or the very masculine person and so on. Norms of gender expression vary culturally, generationally, regionally, and between communities and peer groups. Both cisgender and transgender people may express themselves in ways that conform to gender norms, express themselves in ways that do not conform to gender norms, shift their expression over their lifespan, shift their gender expression routinely based on whether they are at work, at home, at casual events, at formal events, etc., or shift their gender expression when around certain members or friends. And of course, the graphic there is the many faces of David Bowie. The gender expression spectrum, where on the gender expression spectrum would you place yourself? There's a test. Is your expression fixed or fluid? Does your expression cover a small or wide range within the spectrum? I'm only kidding, there's no test. told one group everybody had to stand up and tell us. All these faces, oh. I fessed up right away, but gender norms refer to the expectations a society has for someone based on their assigned sex at birth, including the ways that societies treat, classify, and separate people. This includes laws, language, gender roles, gender stereotypes, clothing, toys, team sports, birth certificates, identifications, documents, etc. Gender roles are the set of behaviors, attitudes, and roles that are societally considered acceptable, appropriate, or desirable for a person based on their assigned sex at birth. Gender roles exist within a family, community, social, and professional settings. Like gender expression, both gender norms and gender roles vary culturally, generationally, and between communities and peer groups. We'll get through the nuts and bolts terminology stuff here and then. Gender perceptions, our brains are required to process and categorize a great deal of information every second of our day. It is not possible to be conscious of everything we process. Therefore, we unconsciously categorize most of the information we receive, including information about other people. Gender perceptions referred to our interpretation of another person's gender, commonly based on external cues, such as gender expression, physical sex characteristics, gender norms, gender roles, etc. It can be helpful to remember that not everyone's perception of a person's gender will be the same as everyone else's perception. Sometimes our perception of a specific person's gender may change, and this change may happen suddenly or over time. So cisgender refers to people whose gender identity matches their assigned sex at birth. Most people are cisgender. Knowing the term cisgender helps us to realize that all people have a gender identity, regardless of whether they are cisgender, transgender, or born with a difference of sex development. Most services, programs, policies, forms, and physical layouts are based solely on the experiences of cisgender people. Transgender, or trans, is an umbrella term that can be used to refer to everyone whose gender identity differs from their assigned sex at birth. Trans can be used as a general term to refer to multiple people. Example, trans people live across British Columbia. Trans can be used as a term by an individual to self-identify as I am trans. There are other terms that trans individuals may use to describe themselves. Individuals may use more than one term interchangeably, or they may use different terms depending on whether they are with friends, family, community, or out in public. Non-binary is a term that refers specifically to people with gender identities outside of the binaries of woman and man and female and male. Non-binary can be used as a general term to refer to multiple people. And the example is non-binary people can find it difficult to access health care services that are designed specifically for women or for men. Non-binary can be used as a term by an individual to self-identify, as in I am non-binary. Oh, I'm so tired. Each non-binary person's experience of their gender is individual and unique. Each non-binary person has their own gender expression, which others may perceive as feminine, masculine, androgynous, fixed, and/or fluid. It may or may not appear to conform to society's expectations of them based on their assigned sex at birth. They may or may not identify as trans. They may or may not change their name and pronouns used. They may or may not seek gender-affirming medical care, such as hormone therapy, and they may or may not seek gender-affirming surgical care. There's a... Oh, I'm good, I think. So far, I'm remembering to breathe. There are other terms that non-binary people may use to describe themselves, such as gender fluid and agender. Non-binary people may also use more than one term interchangeably or depending on context. As always, once you know the specific terms clients use to describe themselves, use their terms in a respectful manner. I tried to de-medical the presentation, but sometimes clients are still in there. By the way, anybody notice the lions? It was fun doing that because they had all human graphics in this. And spending some time with, I just did it with Copilot. But getting it to understand what you're asking for, wow. So see some of the graphics that came out. It's like that one at the beginning with the two heads. That was totally by accident, but it's like, I think I'll keep that one. Gender creative children are kids whose expression of their gender is not confined to the binary gender expectations totally based on children and adults. While many gender creative children identify as their assigned sex at birth, some do not. Some gender creative children identify as transgender. And if you ever wonder if a child knows, they know. It's a story I hear over and over again with people. I told my mother when I was 5 years old that I was a girl inside. But that was 1962. What could a parent do with that? Not a lot. And if they brought it up with the psychological, with the mental health people and stuff, you end up in care. You end up with all kinds of, I'm going to call them tortures because they, even here, they were trying to reprogram people. We have a good friend who went through it and was treated with electroshock therapy. Yeah. Not at all. Oh, by the way, I didn't do this at the beginning. This is Paige. Two-spirit is a term used to highlight the complex, diverse cultural, spiritual, and ceremonial roles that gender diverse and or sexually diverse indigenous people have traditionally held in their communities. Many indigenous people view being two-spirit as different than identities such as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. Because of the important cultural, spiritual, and ceremonial roles that two-spirit people may fulfill in their communities, it can be helpful to remember that a two-spirit person may or may not identify as LGBTQ+. An LGBTQ+ Indigenous person may or may not identify as two-spirit. A person may use more than one term interchangeably or different terms depending on the community and cultural context. Yeah. In 1990 in Winnipeg, Manitoba, at the 3rd annual Native American Gay and Lesbian Gathering, the term two-spirit was proposed and affirmed by consensus. It often refers to the gender and sexual diversity of Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island, specifically someone who identifies as having masculine and feminine spirit. Or it might describe a person's sexual gender and spiritual identity. Today it's a mainstream term, and you might recognize it as the 2S in the LGBTQ 2S+. While it's a relatively new term, it's an age-old concept for many Indigenous peoples. Some Indigenous nations have their own unique terms as well as a cultural, spiritual, and or ceremonial roles for their two-spirit people. Once you know the specific terms that a two-spirit individual uses to describe themselves, please use their terms in a respectful manner. Okay, what did you? I got it. Coming out and being outed. So coming out is the voluntary process in which an individual discloses their gender identity or sexual orientation to another person. Many gender diverse individuals spend a great deal of time considering when or if it's necessary to tell others and whether there may be safety issues to consider. Coming out may involve an increased risk of being exposed to harassment, discrimination, and violence, or losing relationships, employment, and housing. It can be helpful to remember that some people never come out publicly and keep their gender diverse status private all or most of the time. Each person, it's doing it again. That's right, spot. Each person has the right to decide what to disclose or not disclose and how it happens. People randomly come out to everyone all at once. Therefore, coming out is a slow, staggered, and ongoing process. We're heading to Oliver tomorrow. Going to meet a bunch of people in my family that have not met Jackie before. It's going to be interesting. Some people who are open about their gender diversity may still choose to speak about their identity in places or around people they perceive unsafe. This may include emergency rooms, reception desks, and waiting areas. If someone discloses their personal information to you, whenever possible, seek their consent before sharing this information with anyone, including their family. Being outed refers to a person having their gender diverse status shared without their consent. A person may be outed intentionally or accidentally. Being outed can also happen if personal information is not protected, making available to others to discover. So, in the case of a medical office or any other situation where somebody's written down a note about this person, if that information leaks out, that can cause big problems. Being outed can have many negative consequences for gender diverse individuals, such as being refused care. Not so much here, but there's still GPs even in Chilliwack here that you come out as trans to them and they'll boot you out so being refused care, being fired, losing housing, being socially ostracized, experiencing harassment, discrimination, violence, and yes, even death. We're lucky here in Canada. But it's still very sad. We don't lose a lot of people here. I think what was it, last year was 2 for Canada? For Canada. That's too many, for sure. Quick push, yeah.
Canada overall has been really good. Canada, in comparison to other countries, the U.S., South America, has been really amazing overall. The level of acceptance here has been pretty good, though. With the recent things happening across the border, it's sort of refueled a lot of people's
bravery.
Yeah, bravery, whatever you want to call it, to really treat gender diverse individuals quite poorly. So that is something that is sort of resurging now. We're seeing a resurgence of that.
We've got some stats coming up later that show that. Being outed can have many negative consequences for gender diverse individuals, such as being refused care, being fired, losing housing, being socially ostracized, and experiencing harassment, discrimination, violence, and death. Now, in Canada, we have legislation that gives a certain protected status to transgender people. It's not, we don't get any special rights, but it's like the government pointing and goes, okay, so all of you, these people down here, they have the same rights as you. You can't do things that they, that you wouldn't expect for yourself. And so, go ahead.
That's a really good question too. For such a small portion of the population, why is it such a big deal now? Why is there so much attention on trans people? I can promise you we wish that wasn't the case. We are a very small portion of the population. We're not special. We have a bit of a different experience, but that's it. But we're a political hot potato. For whatever reason, politicians love to use us as a whipping post. One side wants to champion us and tell everybody that we're special and that you need to be nice to these people, and the other side's going, these people are woke and you've got to get rid of it. This is a terrifying ideology. We don't want this in the communities. We don't want this in the country. And all it does, it serves to garner reaction. And as long as you can garner reaction through the media, you're creating something. You're getting the attention you want as a politician. You're getting that on there. And that's why. And it's pathetic, really. It's kind of a sad situation. They need to grow up. We don't really want to be special. We just want to live in the community. And this community's been great. The people of the Lions, we get to just be ourselves. We're not special here. We're just Jackie and Paige, and that's awesome.
I've got a trigger warning for people, anybody who has trouble talking about suicide. The next 4 slides are about the hard topic. Facts about LGBTQ plus youth suicide from the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is an organization in the U.S. who supply a lot of statistical data. And they put a lot of effort into helping LGBTQ plus youth. But this, the U.S. numbers and Canadian numbers are pretty close to the same in this aspect. So, suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people aged 10 to 24. The lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning LGBTQ plus youth are at significant increased risks. LGBTQ plus youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. The Trevor Project estimates that in the USA, more than 1.8 million LGBTQ plus youth, 13 to 24, seriously consider suicide each year in the US, and at least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. The numbers are similar here in Canada. The Trevor Project's 2021 National Survey on LGBTQ plus youth mental health found that 42% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth. A new study reveals shocking rates of attempted suicide among trans adolescents from the Human Rights Campaign. Harrowing statistics from a study recently published by the American Academy of Pediatrics revealed alarming levels of attempted suicide among transgender youth, with the highest rates among transgender boys and non-binary youth. The findings emphasize the urgency of building welcoming and safe communities for LGBTQ plus young people, particularly for transgender youth. More than half of transgender male teens who participated in the survey reported attempting suicide in their lifetime, while 29.9% of transgender female teens said they attempted suicide. Among non-binary youth, 41.8% of respondents stated that they had attempted suicide at some point in their lives. You got to realize the national norm for suicide in Canada is less than 4%. So we're talking a 10-fold increase. And that's the ones we know of. There's lots that don't get reported. From 2018 to 2022, 48 anti-transgender laws were enacted in the U.S. across 19 different state governments. Canada isn't immune from either, with some provinces limiting access to care for at-risk youth. The study examined the causal relationship between these laws and suicide risk over this 5-year time period using national survey data collected from more than 61,000 transgender and non-binary youth. Results concluded that during this time period, anti-transgender laws significantly increased incidence of past year suicide attempts among transgender and non-binary youth by as much as 72%. Many transgender youth or young people experience family rejection, bullying, and harassment, or feel unsafe for simply being who they are, all of which can be added risk factors for suicide. In 2019, the HRC released its 2018 LGBTQ plus youth report, which details similarly alarming experiences, but also significant perseverance among the LGBTQ plus youth or young people in the face of daunting challenges. 67% of transitioning people thought about suicide pre-transition, while only 3% post-medical transition. And that's true. When we affirm gender, when people are dealing with who they are and need to transition, that period right before they transition is the most dangerous part, where they're struggling with themselves, and the attempted suicide rate goes way up. Post that, if they're affirmed, if the family accepts them, even if just one parent accepts them, right? It starts dropping off. If families accept that child for who they are, it goes further down. And if that child is allowed to go through their life, and it's children and adults really, go through their life and complete their transition, it goes right down to the national norm. There are steps that can be taken to help prevent this tragedy. The HRC Foundation's Welcoming Schools program provides specific guidance to parents, teachers, and the wider community for preventing anti-LGBTQ bullying and aggression in schools. This can be as simple as responding appropriately to anti-LGBTQ comments in the classroom and encouraging educators to promote inclusivity, diversity in their lesson plans. Parents and families can start by learning the facts and educating themselves about issues that affect LGBT youth. Whether or not families have openly LGBTQ children, it is vital to make a home a safe and affirming space for all identities. Here in British Columbia, we have the SOGI 123, or Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Teaching Utility, an anti-bullying utility available to teachers to teach tolerance and understanding in the classroom. However, in this town, wow, the conversations that go on in the school board. I wasn't fully aware of what CARE did until the other day when I was looking at the table and grabbing some literature. But the CARE Foundation programs are similar in this fact that by teaching understanding, you could reduce the harassment and bullying. So, if you go online on soji123.org, they have all their materials there. People get all out of bed thinking that, this is grooming children to do. No. Read it. It doesn't do anything like that. It's teaching understanding and tolerance. Gender diverse children and youth are uniquely vulnerable to the negative repercussions of being outed, especially if they are dependent on parents and guardians who are unsupportive of their gender. It can be helpful to remember that a person may have worked hard not to disclose their gender diverse status for years due to safety issues and the fear of being rejected by the people they care about. You can never unshare something that you have disclosed to others or undo the negative consequences a person may experience due to being outed. It's best, whenever possible, to ask a person's consent before sharing their gender diverse status with other people. Gender affirmation. Each person's journey towards gender affirmation is unique. Each person has the right to determine which, if any, social, medical, and surgical steps are appropriate for them. Social affirmation. There are a number of ways a person might socially affirm their gender through their gender expression. Now, what's really cool, where are you? There you go. The AI stuck those butterflies in without being asked. And I'm going, how did it know? This may include names and pronouns, identification and legal documents, clothing and hair, speech patterns, voice pitch and tone, body movements, mannerisms and gestures, body adjustments such as binding, padding, packing, tucking. And if you've got questions about any of those four, ask me after. It can be helpful to remember that a person may socially express their gender all of the time, sometimes or only when they feel safe to do so. Some people who socially affirm their gender are not interested in accessing hormones and surgical care. Some people who socially affirm their gender are interested in accessing hormones and surgical care, but are unable to do so, and reasons may include poverty, health complications or contraindications, limited regional access to supportive primary care providers and services, and fear of rejection from family, friends, employment, school, etc. Well, in the north in BC, you get like anywhere north of Hope, and including Hope sometimes, yeah. You have a hard time. Well, in Hope they can at least get to the services down this way, but in the north, say if you're Prince George has a center for transgender care, but if you go any direction out of that, it's few and far between, and people really struggle. Medical gender affirmation. Some gender diverse people access hormones and or surgical care to affirm their gender. It's important to note that each person's gender journey is unique. Some non-binary people access hormones and or surgery. Trans people are trans whether or not they access hormones or surgery or change their identification documents. And genders, names, and pronouns should always be respected. When people are coming out and they're braving coming out and they want to, be accepted for who they are, people around them who don't even put a bit of effort into trying to get a pronoun right, it just sends them into a spin. They will eventually grow through that and get a little bit thicker skin. But the first while it can trigger suicide attempts. Like, it's crazy.
It's hilarious when we're walking the dog in the park. Everybody's, oh, what a lovely dog, right? Oh, she's beautiful. Oh, wait, sorry, is that a girl? Is it, they're all apologetic about misgendering your dog. I can promise you my dog does not care. It just doesn't. It's not worried about it at all. But it's funny how people will make that effort to correctly gender a dog. And yet there's a lot of people that feel like it's just too big a burden to do that with people. And on the other end of that, how many people here get their recycling right? Because I can't. Like, I don't know what goes where, and it keeps changing. That's what it's like trying to figure out pronouns sometimes. We get it. We know that. And we're working on it. Everybody is.
Gender-affirming care can be understood as the process through which providers, staff, services, and organizations care for and support gender-diverse individuals, including recognizing and acknowledging their gender identity and expression. All staff can be a part of providing gender-affirming care for clients, whether you're registering a client, booking them for an appointment, taking their blood, transporting them, or providing directions. So some of this boils back to the original intent of this presentation. Gender affirming care is client-centered, flexible, accessible, non-judgmental, trauma-informed, and based on principles of informed consent.
I like that you used all male lions, but we don't really know how they identify.
I tried to get the AI to mix it up and it wouldn't do it. For some reason, in its brain, all lions have a mane. So I figured, what the heck. Names and pronouns. Use the names that people ask you to use when referring to them, regardless of whether or not they have legally changed their identification to reflect this. Some gender diverse people legally change their name and others do not due to various factors, including fear of being outed, poverty, geographic barriers, anxiety about engaging with government officials or authority figures, unable to meet legal gender and or name requirements in place of birth, no interest in changing documents. So anybody born in Canada, it's not a real big problem now. They kind of got it all ironed out. But we have a number of people in our groups who are born in the US, born in England, born wherever, and they can't get their birth documents adjusted or anything. I have one girl who was born in Georgia. And and like most states in the US, you have to go and plead your case in front of a judge in order to change your documents. Here, we just fill out a form. Using the words, terms, names, and pronouns that people use to identify themselves is helpful for building trusting relationships in which transgender people feel heard, respected, and are more willing to disclose their personal information. That is important to their care. Pronouns, third-person pronouns commonly used in the English language are she, he, and they. Use the pronoun that a client requests you to use when you are referring to them, or any person really. The pronoun can be used both in the plural form and in the singular form. And of course, we have some of these pins available if anybody wants one. So, if you're a they, them, you can have a they, them pin, or, A transgender woman or person who is assigned male at birth but identifies as a woman and typically uses she, her, and her pronouns. And you'll notice we keep going over this again and again. It's because everybody needs to get it. Transgender man, a person who is assigned female at birth but identifies as a man and typically uses he, him, his pronouns. A non-binary or gender-neutral individual who do not identify solely as male or female may use they, them, theirs pronouns or other gender-neutral neo-pronouns such as ze, zer, and zir. And I'm not even going to go through the list. There's pronouns, like a person wrote a book about pronouns. And there's so many of them. I don't even try. Again, that gets back to the whole sorting your recycle. Neopronouns. Some people use neopronouns that are not part of the traditional he, she, they systems, such as ze, her, her, or pair, peer, and pairs. No, don't ask. Pronoun preference. It's always best to ask someone their pronouns they use and use those pronouns when referring to them. You can ask politely, what are your pronouns? How would you like to be referred to? I had a person come to me at Pride last year, and she's looking through the pronoun pins. I go, you're not finding the one you're looking for? And they said, no. I said, well, what's your pronoun? And they said, or it. It's like, okay, I've heard them all now. Respecting someone's pronouns is a sign of respect for their gender identity and can help create a more inclusive and welcoming environment. When I came out to my family, my son only had one question: can I still call you Dad? And I just told him, I said, sure, you can call me Dad if you like. If you're comfortable with saying she's my dad in public, go for it. The singular they, a tool in your toolkit, the singular they is used to refer to one person when their gender is unknown, irrelevant, or when they identify as non-binary or use they, them pronouns. It's a way to avoid making assumptions about someone's gender, which is especially important for transgender and non-binary individuals. Many major style guides and dictionaries now recognize and endorse the use of the singular they. No, we've always done that, haven't we?
Yeah, we do it when, when you're reading the news and something about some event that happened and they don't know what gender that person is that did it, they refer to them as they. So we've been doing that forever. They do.
Mm-hmm. Using the correct pronoun when referring to a specific person, always use the pronouns that they self-identify with, even if it's they, them. Avoiding gendered language. When gender is unknown or irrelevant, use they instead of he or she or he or she or he, she. I am tired. Rewording to avoid pronouns. If you need to refer to a person but don't want to use a pronoun, rephrase the sentence. Sharing pronouns. It's becoming common practice to share personal pronouns such as she and her, he and him, or they and them. My letterhead, when I'm doing an email or whatever, my line at the bottom is she, her after my name. Okay. Gender-neutral pronouns are already familiar. Most people already use gender-neutral pronouns in daily conversations without realizing it. For example, when you don't know someone's gender, you naturally say they went to the market rather than he or she went to the market. Point this out to your family to show that using they for one person isn't as strange as it might seem. If you work in a setting where interactions with clients are brief, you may not have time to get to know the client. Using the pronoun they in these situations can help avoid pronoun mistakes. And of course, for the clinics, it's they are waiting in the reception area, or the wheelchair is for them. Let them know their appointment is next week. They said the coat is not theirs. They drove here themselves. As usual, once you know the specific words and terms, names and pronouns that people use to describe their family members and themselves, use words in a professional and respectful manner. If you have a partner, they are welcome to attend next time. Yes, my husband said he would like to join. Great, let your husband know he is welcome to do so. But I just changed the graphic. The words are the same from the original graphic. And there's a problem with this statement. Great, let your husband know he is welcome to do so. That's assuming gender of the husband. They should have, in that phrase, it should have been they, yes. Gender-inclusive language can be helpful when meeting a new person, as it is inclusive of all people. Make space for people to tell you who they are. Helps us to avoid misconceptions. Builds trust. Once you know the words people use to describe their families, themselves, their bodies, use their words, terms, names, and pronouns in a respectful and professional manner. Making mistakes. We all make the occasional mistake, even I do. I've done it to her. We all make the occasional mistake. Mistakes are not inherently bad. What is important is we learn from our mistakes. We weave these learnings into our ongoing work. We improve our practice and relationships with the people we meet. If you use the wrong word, term, name, or pronoun, it's a good practice to briefly apologize. Use the correct word, term, name, or pronoun, and move on. Don't get stuck on it.
And sometimes just move on. Don't even apologize. Just correct it and move on. That's it.
Yep.
And don't make a deal out of it or whatever. Yeah, the apology thing kind of gets a bit much sometimes, and I'm not.
I think so, yeah.
I don't feel like. Yeah.
Well, but it also depends on the person, right? You know, if you get a person who's really hung up on it, you say sorry.
Yeah, they'll let you know.
They will let you know, especially once they've gone through that whole step of coming out, and then you get it wrong, and it's like, the young ones are the worst. First point of contact. When meeting someone new, avoid words that gender them or their family members. If you must call on a new client in a waiting room, consider using only their last name. Hello there, my name is Jackie. What name do you use? Hello, my name is Jackie and my pronouns are she and her. May I ask you your name and pronouns? Office assistants. Can I help you? Can I help anyone? What can I do for you today? What can I do for you all today? Do you need help with anything? Does anyone need help with anything? And for you and the rest of you, if any of you have served hamburgers at a barbecue or at a Lions event, right? And you're dealing with a lineup of people, that's exactly the phrases we used. Excuse me, may I have your attention, please? If needed, use a non-gender descriptor. Excuse me, person in the blue shirt. May I have your attention, please? So at the end of the day, if we're going to help affirm people, the best thing we can do is let them know that they're safe with us, right? That we understand, or at least are trying to, and that we accept them for who they say they are. So the whole concept of signaling is having things in your life that demonstrate to transgender people that you're a safe person to be around. And so these are only a few of the ones that I picked out, but and we have some of those ally pins and the gender affirming healthcare pins on our table. So signaling, how can you signal to people that you are someone who understands and can be approached and or trusted with their secret?
Our friend of ours, we were supposed to actually hang out today. Jackie runs a support group, and sometimes I help her with the group. And we told her, we said to Nina, we said that we have a support group available for you, you can come to. She says, well, I heard about those things, but I didn't think they were real. She didn't know. I mean, she transitioned back in the 80s, and back then there was, it was a nightmare. It was a terrible time. The AIDS crisis and everything that was going on. Being trans was not a good time. She's the one that went through the shock therapy. She's the one that went through a lot of abuse through mental institutions and stuff.
Oh, by the way, we have her permission
we
to
have
use
her permission to use her name. I would never
to talk about her.
I would not. So, but telling her story, it helps to really sort of show where we were and maybe where we are and hopefully where we're going. But the things that she went through, the drugs that she was given, the abuse that she suffered, and how she managed to get through it, and the people that did help her along the way. It's quite a story, and someday I'd like to actually have that so we could tell it.
I'm trying to get her to sit in front of a camera one day and let me film her telling her story.
Yeah, but shock therapy and the official diagnosis that that they felt that the appropriate treatment for it would be shock therapy. The official diagnosis was problem femininity. So it says right in your medical record. She's brought them over to show me.
Anybody familiar with Hamburger Mary's that used to be on Davie Street downtown? She was Hamburger Mary. So if you ever went in there, that's Nina. So you wear a pronoun pin, have a trans pride sticker on your computer or clipboard or your desk, display a trans pride flag in your pencil holder. We have some of those little ones. You can get one of those and leave it on your desk. Let people think what they like. Display a trans flag on your pencil holder or in the wall of your office. By putting your pronouns in your signature line of documents and communication, and by honoring them by asking them their preferred pronouns. Honorifics. If you're like your business, your service, whatever you work in is still using honorifics on forms, then add the gender neutral MX option. So they can circle MX instead of he, she, or MX is pronounced mix. My name is Jacqueline Oldhaver. I'm a woman of transgender experience. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here today. If you have any questions. We're open to questions for sure. So I like yours was.
My son was 21, something like that. Yeah. Not quite. Yeah, 22, about there.
Mm-hmm. Her son lives with us now too.
Yeah.
So
32 now. Yeah, he came to me and he says, I don't think I can call you mom. And I said, that's good because I'm not your mom. I fathered you. I get it. We're good. We're good. But he does use my name, but she, hers, or if he does mention dad, but normally he just calls me Paige. He's more comfortable there, and that's great. But we get along good now. We're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Paige, yeah. Yeah.
I'm wondering if there was like a tipping point, like something that finally you say, okay.
With me, it was living in this dark hole, considering suicide, and it was do or die. When you go to Home Depot and you walk past the rolls of wire and rope, and you stop there and you're looking at them going, 15 feet, I ought to do it.
So I have a question, and the question is, why now? Why are we seeing so much of this happening now? Why are there all these trans people all of a sudden? What's going on here? And what it is we found community. We found other people like ourselves through the internet. We connect with each other. We know more about what's going on with ourselves. We know why we feel the way we do. We know why this is happening. We're more aware of it. And that's what this is. And everybody's been affected by this in many ways, not just trans people. Like, and this is sort of waking us up. It's sort of the next step in human evolution in a lot of ways. But that's why. It's the internet connection that we have. You know, Nina didn't know that we had community, right? I didn't know we could transition. I didn't know we could do something about it. I had no idea.
I was trying to figure out how to transition back in the 80s. And the internet was just starting, right? And there was no information. You go to the library, there was no way. You just could not find information on how to transition. And so you suffer. And that specter hangs over your life that whole time. It doesn't get better.
It never goes away.
You know, it's a fundamental part of who you are.
Just curious, are there any statistics regarding percentages that come out, say between 15 and 25, and then say 25 to 50, and then over 50? Or is
Yeah.
it kind of equal?
It's actually really interesting. The transmasculine, so it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Transmasculine is a higher rate right now, like female transitioning to male. Male to female is at a bit of a lower rate than that. As far as the age groups go, it holds pretty steady among all the age groups. We're sort of going to be the last ones that transitioned late in life. I didn't start transition until I was 48. So Jackie started at
58, yeah.
58, so, and because of that, but now that's no longer going to be the way. We still have people in their 60s, 70s coming out to us,
yep.
telling us, you know, that's still happening.
Mm-hmm.
But now people because of the connection we have, we're all aware now. And so you are seeing the youth that are, but the rates are pretty consistently even throughout the age groups, right? It's not that there's more young people transitioning. They were always like that, so.
And the numbers, are they about the same each way?
No, there's, it seems to be somewhat more in the transmasculine, so female transitioning to male seems to be at a higher rate. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, at least currently. There's a certain amount of empowerment that's happened with more discussion and openness on the internet. It's becoming easier for people to get the information they're looking for. A lot of people, like a lot of, say, young non-binary youth are non-binary. Some will look to transition and others won't. And so, finding youth time to really learn who they are is the smart thing. Here in Canada, and especially here in British Columbia, a youth can socially transition, but there is no surgery for youth here. Doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and I know it doesn't really exist anywhere in the world.
Medically transitioning youth.
But the whole thing about putting children on blockers, there's various opinions on what blockers do or don't do. But the big point of it is you get a youth who is displaying all of the attributes of somebody who is going to be truly trans. It gives them a little bit more time to grow into that and decide. Some say yes, some say no, right? But from our transitions, trying to get rid of facial hair, secondary sexual body characteristics and that happen through puberty, is most of them you can't get rid of. You can't do a darn thing about it.
So you pass transgender men every day. You're
Oh yeah.
You're interacting. The thing is, it's not visual. You don't see them because all you see is men. Testosterone is a very powerful hormone, and when you take testosterone, it changes things dramatically. Facial hair, everything, the masculine features just come right out. When you are subject to puberty at a younger age, and then you transition to female, you're fighting against testosterone. You're fighting against that, and it's very difficult to transition away from the masculine effects of testosterone. And that's why a lot of us end up with a lot of very invasive surgeries that are and it gets expensive, and not all of us can afford them, so.
Yes?
What are the risks of surgery?
Yeah, lots of risks.
It's just like any surgery.
Yeah, just like anything. Overall, let's go into the regret thing. You would think that regret would be high for this from going through medical transition. Medical transition regret, the number is something like 0.06%, so less than 1%. But of that regret, most of that actually can be attributed to social pressure. So essentially, people are feeling bullied into detransitioning, or that. We personally have friends that have gone back to presenting male because they're afraid and they don't like the way they're treated as transgender women out in public, so that they hide. They put back on a masculine facade, put the mask back on, and try to function that way. And I can promise you, they're some of the most miserable, unhappy people I know.
Mm-hmm.
In sports, I don't really have a pony in that race. I think it's a lot more nuanced than people realized. Myself, I can speak to myself. I don't feel like I belong in certain women's sports. I've got pretty wide shoulders and a pretty good reach that was given to me thanks to testosterone. You know, I could do without it, but the reality is, here it is. I've got quite a reach. If I was to go into women's boxing and train professionally, I would have a distinct advantage. That's clear. There's no doubt of that. I don't feel I belong there, but that I think that that's, when you look at the amount of transgender people that are actually in, we're going to talk specifically about trans women because this is the topic. Let's be clear, this is not about trans men going into men's sports, although there is one boxer and he's kicking ass, which is cool. But trans women in women's sports, there are trans women that transition when they're younger and they don't have any advantage from steroids, which are interchangeable with hormones. Testosterone is a steroid, is a hormone, same with estrogen, same thing. So the transgender women competing in women's sports has to be looked at on an individual basis. It can't be just something across the board. And the other thing is that's brought up as a topic all the time. One of them was some multi-mile marathon where trans women came first out of 15,000 women, right? But what they're not talking about was there was over 30,000 people in that race. She ranked in the middle somewhere, but it was, the media phrased it that she was actually beating all these women in this race. And it was a mixed gender race, mixed sex race. It was, so it's not always what you hear. But yeah, there are instances where it's probably inappropriate, but overall, it's very minor.
For people that transitioned as youth, and I know a number who transitioned very young, they never went through male puberty. And they come out the other side, and you will not tell the difference. They are female through and through, body, everything, just, right? So, and their abilities are really no different. They act the same as natal women and so on. And so that whole growing up, the change in the hormones, the socialization, if you're socializing as female when you're young, your life experience as young. It's like, like here for this event here, how many people have come up to me and they're amazed that I'm doing all this sound work and stuff here. I cheated. I did most of my work as a man. And so, is it amazing? Yeah, and I love doing it, but it's not that amazing when you consider the perception of where I am and where I came from.
You didn't have to fight up through the business as a
No,
female.
I didn't.
You have to experience it that way, So,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And let's be clear too, something I got to experience which was really fun was objectification. I never really recognized it before transition. But you can clearly see that even a young woman, a young child even, the people are talking about a young girl, like, oh, she's going to be a looker, she's going to be able to find a good man someday. And so women are valued for their looks and for what they have to offer in that way. And that's pretty clear when you look at OnlyFans and modeling and things like that. And so women are objectified and their value is based on their looks, right? And then men their value is based on their work ability, what they're going to be able to accomplish in life, their sports prowess and stuff like that. So, it's like they didn't write, my boy's going to play in the big league. You don't hear songs called My Girl's Going to Play in the Big League, My Girl's Going to Be Big Someday.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
Hey? Write that.
Yeah, there you go. You had a question? Most of us know a person who shows up one day and they're dressed in with red sneakers and mismatched clothing and stuff, and we get and then on another day they're dressed very masculine, and then on another day they're androgynous, and they just keep moving around, right? I know people that you meet them one day they're male and you meet them another day they're female. So they're bigender. They got two wardrobes and go back and forth.
They're fun to date. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah. True that. We do. Well, everybody has, yeah. So everybody has the different parts of their personality and character and who they are, right? And so I know myself, if I had to rate myself, I identify as female, I use female pronouns. I know I'm fluid. In some things I'm way more male, other things I'm way more female. And so I look at it as I'm like 60% female. But every one of you, if you sit down and think about your gender expression and how you work in a group and so on, you will come to the realization that part of you behaves more this way and another part behaves more that way. We're all on this spectrum somewhere. Even cis people are on the spectrum somewhere. Yeah, I think we're good.
There was one more question over here, the lady in the pink shirt. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. There's lots of great books, novels, and stuff written.
then we'll have it for sure down by 2, or we're looking pretty set. We're just gonna take stuff out in like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. And then, shakers are all lit. Well, I wanted to go make sure. I was told they're all lit, but Katrina did it, so I assume.
Yeah. Okay.
I tripped on it. I thought she said this was heavy.
Yeah, she said it was.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Nah. You want to steal it?
I don't think so.
Where's the gavel? Oh, I'd steal them both.
just looking for Chuck.
Okay.
Okay.
We can strike it. If we just strike it over the side, I can help you.
That's one table. Okay, awesome.
Excellent. Quiet, please. Excellent. Thank you. We are starting a little bit ahead of schedule. So I need everyone to please quickly take your seats. And then I would like you to remain seated as we're having the Sardis High School Drumline Percussion Band come through. They're starting in the Fraser room and then they're coming this direction. So they will be coming into us, so please find your seat quickly. They will be moseying their way through your tables. So please remain seated so they can get past you. No, it's just we're going to start in like 4 minutes, so I'll come up and say another something in 4 minutes, but I just need them to sit.
It'll be up there.
Okay. Yeah.
6:30 they cut off for the silent auction. Do you mind announcing?
Want it announced now?
Yeah, please list, and also for the raffle.
No, set it right there, please. Do I just go ahead and ring everybody in? It's 5:30. I was told to start at 5:30. I just don't really understand what's going on. Are they waiting for me to start their drums or?
Check in with Tim. I'll check back with
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you. Here comes the Sardis High School Band. They are a high-energy percussion ensemble, winning awards in competition. They support athletic events as well as spirit events. Please enjoy the performance. Just stay here. Excellent. Thank you to the Sardis High School drumline. Amazing. And thank you to our Leos who marched them in. Can I please call Tammy Allen? I know. Can I please call Tammy Allen, Leslie Chassie, Beth James, and Chuck Robinson to please come forward so that they're prepared after the drumline.
Good? Okay. We'll start with Marilyn.
Thank you. If that doesn't get your heart pumping, then you're not alive. That was amazing. Excellent job to the Sardis drum line. Would everyone please stand? I know you just sat. Stand, please. We're going to have our invocation by Tammy Allen. District Governor, 19S.
Lions and Leos. Lions and Leos, we gather together tonight as you all are here together. We've been entrusted to lead our amazing multiple district. I would ask you to help each one of us approach leadership as a relationship, not just a position. May our efforts be blessed with insight